This is round 4, so there's gonna be round 5 and 6. And after that there's going to be top 8, so, well, it's going to go on for a little while still. Wait, is Lattice the same as Magus? Does it still keep its abilities because of the liars through Oko? Bouncing in Ashole for an extra card draw. What's the price for the winner? The winner gets a promo MTGO Endurance and a lifelong VIP in my channel. Still, you know, if Depian were to draw another Karn, I guess there's no more Lat. No, there is a Lattice in play already. How many players? We've got 42 players playing actually from the beginning. It's true that if everyone is VIP, no one is VIP, but this is why just the first place wins the VIP. Have to exile your Lattice. No, it goes to the exile now. Am I rooting for someone or someone brought a deck that I especially like? Oh, I'm a fan of many of the decks that people are playing. They look interesting. And I also think that the best player or the luckiest player should win. That's my approach. We'll see. Endurance. Targeting self. What was exactly in the graveyard? Was there a reason to target self? One has Ura in their deck. Maybe, maybe not. Can eat the Magus, although not sure if it's actually helpful at this point. Although it gives lots of mana, if Deepian can gain access to colored mana, then it's 15 mana in those Cloud Posts alone. Finally, the Vesuvas become nothing. Definitely wish you had the Eye of Eugene available. Ooh, and there's a Field of the Dead. That's actually kind of double-edged sword. I assume Deepian had... Let me check. Whoa, whoa. Round timer ended, bros. That was a mistake. I assume Deepian has... Yeah, Emrakul the Eon Storm. That is just a lousy Chalice X3. MBLM is a lot more simming than I expected. Yeah, I mean, take into the account the fact that it's definitely people are gonna register like what they like. Although, I agree, it is more simming than I sort of expected. So yeah, Chalice of the Void is green, and now Ura is going to escape while creating many zombies with Field of the Dead too. So in the way, this Magus ambush maybe backfires. Hard to say, but again, there is outs for Deepian to find some powerful stuff. It does seem like the depth stack is really powerful and quite efficient. No land drop from Uro. Yeah, unfortunately, Deepian's deck list doesn't actually have many great ways to top deck that Emrakul right now. There's GSZ, which doesn't work. It's once upon for the Emrakul, but then there's just Golos to find the eye. It's not actually that many ways to find it. Which strikes me maybe a bit as a bit odd. I think like the way I would want to build a Cloudpost deck, I would want to have access, maximum access to Eye of Eugene often, but here we are, currently being outgrinded by the green deck. Yeah, Primal Titan finds the eye. So GSZ works, although not anymore because of the low life total. I'm not sure this is the Twitter deck, it seems a bit different. Magus field combination was pretty impressive. Is there a specific deck that seems to be the top dog? Not clearly, but Dark Depths decks look pretty powerful. It's a bit hard for people to interact with them, and they're doing a powerful thing. Looking overall decently impressive. True, Maquinsas. DPN plays a Cloudpost and Charlie QDS wins the match. Coif Daddy with a green splashing Phoenix deck versus a blue-green Saga deck, Salamander Slim. What is Salamander Slim on? Jeskai Underworld Breach seems like. I'm not sure if that's the same list as some or a similar one. No, it looks pretty similar, but not the same. And Goif underscore Daddy 89 playing Arclight Sphinx, Thing in the Eyes. Free Treasure Cruise. Brazen Borrowers in the sideboard against Married Lage seems pretty potent. But given that Goif Daddy has 3 cards in hand, the construct tokens are probably going to be bounced to hand soon. The other Spellbomb might throw a wrench into that plan. Zero birthing pod Sage. I think it is unfair to say zero birthing pod Sage while also not having played birthing pod yourself. Don't put the responsibility on others, right? While you can be the one. Doing it. What is the lightning bolt targeting? Can target face or construct? I think both make sense. Ether spell bomb not bouncing the Kraken. Not much point in that, given that it's going to flip next turn anyways, so. Bounced after the flipping. I think it's a bit of a worse play than. It would have been blocked anyways, so it doesn't make much difference, although it does make a bit of a difference. The Leyline of the Void in play makes it so that there's no danger of getting hit by Underworld Breach ever. So can Ancient Grudge the Astrolabe, I guess, safely and attack for 7 damage. Putting lethal in play for the next turn. Goif Daddy, Goif underscore Daddy 89 winning and moving to, what was their score? Moving to 2-2. All right. No more pairings right now, which means we can start the next round soon, but not yet. Seemed to be the last match going in the round. So let me find another pair to try to cover in round 5. What's the PD League? Very dreadful. Also, we had a collective question to Ria 2000. How do you do it so that your half of your cards are left-handed and like flipped? How does that happen? Alright, publishing the pairings for everyone who's not the feature match. And I'm going to set up the next feature match again. So downtime, look at my face, type deal once again. Za momencik. Masz w sumie... Nie. Przynieś mi proszę. Put here, thanks. Dziękuję bardzo. Got here, what did you miss? You missed lots of times. Thank you, Asmodeus, for your sub. Alright, let's remake the tournament scene live again. From the ground up. We're gonna be watching Amulet Titan against Belcher. One more minute, bros, and we're getting closer and closer.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Great Titan of Theros, please hear my cry. Escape thyself from the grave and bring me the victory that I crave. Draw a card to my hand and let me play an extra land. Unlock your powers from deep within so that together we may win. Appear in this shadow game as I call out your name, Euro, Titan of Nature's Wrath.
He's a phenomenal
this is round
control
5
player.
already. Thank you for the subs, bros. And we see Belcher versus Amuletti. This is going to be a racing matchup. This is going to be a matchup where players are going to attempt to go fast. We see Summer Bloom on Dom Harvey's end. Speeding hand a little bit, but not too much. On the other hand, on the bottom, Breccoroni with not much of substance, honestly. So we'll see how this game develops, actually. It's gonna be 6 rounds and the top 8, so there's gonna be one more round. Isn't Breccoroni
He's a
3-1?
phenomenal control player.
I'm not inputted false information. Yes, they're both 3-1. Okay, let me fix that. You can see the standings, yes. We fix that quickly. Oh, Saga for Dom, certainly making it a little bit faster of a hand, at least like when he hits the third chapter. Which happens now, and we're gonna see the old style Summer Bloom kill happening. Windows, yeah, very nice. So we see, assuming no interruption, a bounce land, Dryad, bounce land, Summer Bloom, bounce land, bounce land, bounce land. That does not bring Dom to 6 lands in hand in play, right? So it actually is not lethal. I'm assuming, let me check. I'm assuming that Dom is on Hanwer rather than, yes, Hanwer as the haster, so that does not actually haste it enough. Although this way that brings Dom to 6 lands, right? That's going to go Hanwer, Valakut, and then let's check if there is a second Valakut in the deck. There's just one Valakut, so it's going to be 12, 18 damage. That's actually not lethal either. Because the Titan, you only get triggers from... You only get enough damage to bring Breccoroni to 2 life. Interesting. What is Hype Train for? What does it do? It's for the streamer to scam people more into more subs. Also has some fringe benefits like Hype Train emotes, which are honestly not often that nice. So since the Titan is not lethal, because it's just one Valakut in the deck. Oh, the fetch land. Okay, I missed the fetch land in the deck list. Fetch land definitely deals enough damage as it is +6 right here. Very nice lethal for Dom. The Belcher deck not really getting there. Chat's favorite tank win for sure. Wow, GG, what a way to navigate a difficult turn, exactly. Belcher player. Yeah, the Belcher became the Belched. Now I'm going to quickly run to my kitchen. No nie rozumiem tylko. The Belcher deck maybe can use Leyline of Sanctity, but it does not sound like super effective, to be frank. While Dom's sideboard includes Collector Oof ×1, actually a relevant sideboard card. Force of Vigor, not so much, but maybe a bit. Mindbreak Trap, decent at stopping the combos. Have I seen the new Painter Pokemon preview a few days ago? Not really. I have not seen it, so we could take a look at that. If you send me a link, I will definitely take a peek at that. And now the players travel back into game 2. Or not back, but rather travel forward towards game 2. Force of Vigor, Collector, oof. Yeah, that's probably good enough by keep, and Dom's Flesh holds no secrets, so Breakorai now knows all the cards. Belcher player had full faith that no one else is going to be faster. Well, it's pretty hard to go faster, but how many goblins is that exactly? Get probe concede. What is a concede? It's, you know, 3 spells, play Chromox, play the second Chromox for nothing, and well, will Gab be, will Dom, not Gab, will Dom be able to beat this many goblins in... It's 4, Exile the Moon, cast Ritual, cast Chromox. It's probably good enough. I think Dom Harvey has no access to engineered explosives. Skillfully drawing the second Mox so that actually you can play the other one to exile the Blood Moon. Wow, that's really nice. So he convenient, also gaining extra storm with the goblins. Really got the Force of Vigor good. All right, turn 1. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 16 goblins. That's probably gonna be good enough. Pretty impressive. So yeah, this maybe the Belcher player had faith in being the fastest player. Maybe rightfully so. Seeing this opening, really hard to think otherwise. It's definitely kind of nice that Empty the Warrens is hit by mostly different hate than Belcher, right? Also, the Brecoroni's hand this match just lined up really nice. The like second Mox Opal was top notch, making it so that the Force of Vigor not only didn't really do anything, but on top of that, also even gave him more storm. All that is true. There's one copy of Mindbreak Trap in Dom's hand, so well, if you can access that, that is going to probably have a huge impact on the outcome of this match. There's also the Blood Moons, 4 copies of Blood Moon from the Belcher side. That's definitely a problem for the Amulet deck too. I like your commentary. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy it. Okay, we've got on the play Amulet, once upon for a bounce land, then turn 2 Azusa, turn 3 Titan. Is that quick enough? Seems like Dom decided that it is worth keeping. Finds the bounce land. We didn't see the full selection offered, but it does make sense to grab the bounce land here, as that was the most desirable card. Unfortunately, the turn 1 Blood Moon might become a problem for the Amulet deck. Oh my. Choose with your cavern carefully, as I guess you won't have many more opportunities to draw mana meaningfully. We'll see, we'll see. Like, I guess playing a turn 1 Blood Moon it's a commitment, it's not free. Fortunately for Dom, it actually was in the play. So what can happen now? I guess a Boseju can be drawn, but that's kinda it. Because you can play map, you can crack the map. The Eldrazi decks, they seem to, I guess, kind of suffer against both depths and Okorite. 4 mana. Wait, it's actually forgot to update the game wins. Obviously, I forgot. Grabs a Boseju and kills the land. Alright. You can do that. Oh, it's because I forgot that Azusa is legendary. That's what allowed Dom to actually play it. Interesting. So now Brekoroni's entire hand is just a Blood Moon. That makes Dom's hand into nothing. With Azusa Bounce Land known, you probably can't not Blood Moon, so... With Force of Vigor being one of the potential outs, not much use in keeping 2 Blood Moons, so I would expect the Blood Moon to be the Excel card for Chromox, although we will see. Maybe you can Excel the Monkey. Or a Ritual. It's pretty tough. Because against Boseju you actually want 2 copies of Blood Moon. Yeah, Brekoroni opted not to Blood Moon like Stern because it is like a Storm deck, and if you throw away your entire hand, you're really banking on the Blood Moon just being good enough, which it might or it might not be. What we might see next turn is a Monkey Bros, though. A Monkey could be deployed and attacking, as both players are put into this state of not doing much, not many cards in hand for Brekorani. Could draw a Belcher at any time, though. Oh, speaking of, easy, simple. So that's one way, is just to use Simian Spirit Guide, Desperate Ritual, just put the Belcher into play and be ready to play, you know, top deck a land or another mana source. While Dome draws the powerful and banned, wrongfully banned card Summerbloom, which does not help much against the moon. And here Brekoroni draws the red source. To be fair, I have expected this game to go for quite a bit longer. Don't just click stop sharing immediately. And Breccaroni wins the match. I expected this game to go for like 5 more turns of players just drawing and nothing reasonable happening in the game. But instead, we've got this shorter, just Belcher into a ritual game. So Breccaroni moving to 4-1 with the Belcher deck, while Dom moving to 3-2 with Amulet. Certainly not the matchup that you want to face with Amulet. And now I'm going to take a quick break. While we're going to showcase this Cloudpost match, I'm going to be eating tomato soup as I'm fairly hungry. But then there's a Rexage. Kind of looked like a whoops moment, but then the Rexage, I guess, saves it.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Let's go magic cards.
Right, now that I'm nourished, can continue watching the, I think, last pair still playing in the tournament. And Lyserg offered to join me for commentating the, I assume, rest of the tournament. So we're going to invite him on a Discord call. There is no IDs in the tournament. We play till the ultimate result. Toxic commentary. We'll see how toxic Lyserg is going to be. Hello, Lyserg. Well, is this typical? Oh, I can hear you. Alright, can Twitch chat hear you? Not quite.
Alright, great.
Alright, welcome, Lyserg, and I am happy that you are willing to give me this little bit of your time to commentate over the remaining rounds with me.
Yeah, no problem. I watched a little bit of the tournament on and off this morning, so I have an idea of what people are playing. Could you share your screen with me, or is that too complicated?
I can definitely share my screen with you.
That would avoid delays on what's going on. Who ended up winning in the Amulet versus Belcher? I didn't see game 3.
Belcher player dominated. It seemed
Not
like the game
surprising.
is yeah, it seemed like the game is going to go the way where there's a Blood Moon in play and both players are just sitting there and drawing. But the Belcher deck quickly drew, well, a Belcher and a Ritual to finish the game off. I'm not sure if Lyserg is still with us, or if he's gone.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm still here. I'm setting up everything so I can still look at chat at the same time.
It is tough at times to have all of this. Certainly, my attempt at having the nicely captured hands from both players was kind of could look better for sure, but it's hard to go without technical issues on that. Oh, Charles on 0.
So, how is it the last round, or is there one more after that one?
This is round number 5. There is going to be one more round after that of Swiss. After which we play the top 8.
Okay, so this is Breach versus Eldrazi.
Yes. Also, Twitch chatters, for those who were not there towards the start of the stream, I have expanded the prize pool. Right before the tournament started, I have expanded it to include a promo version of Tybalt's Trickery for places 5 to 8. So, you're not going to walk away with nothing. You get to the top 8. It is a no Banlist modern playable card after all. Let's see how Bamzing is doing actually.
You know what? I'm trying to
Oh,
find
shit.
the deck list of the players, but it's kind of difficult.
It is a bit difficult between the names being different and the deck list not being described. Bamzing went 2-3 after his 2-0 start, so I guess the Tybalt's trickery stopped working.
Not gonna be able to start his promo Tibalt trickery collection by debating, I guess.
Yes. And it also like might mean that the promo Tybalt's trickery are actually not going to be all that useful for other players, so they would make for a worse price too. But tough luck.
So I'm not sure what answers to the Chalice bridge player has, but that definitely stops them from. Oh, does it? I guess it doesn't stop them from comboing. It just requires them to have more mana to start with.
You
To
need
because
to you need to continuously put a thing into play, and then you need to sacrifice it. So I think
oh
it does
yeah.
actually stop the combo.
Mm-hmm.
Let me grab the deck lists.
So yeah, well, unless you have a lot of mana, but yeah, it probably does.
Jeskai deck has Werther, Prismatic Ending, maybe, depending on what exactly was sideboarded. And then, well, the Fairy, Time Raveler to bounce the Chalice. So there is some ways to answer that. And then also the Urza's Saga beatdown plan is definitely pretty
Yeah, for
useful.
sure. With a Shredder as well, like pretty good. No, and there's a second cannot get engineering explosives, so but that would be really good right now, killing the endless one as well.
Definitely. Also killing the Construct token.
We still need, I guess, Urzasaga is useful because you can make colorless mana, which you do need to be able to EE away a 0-drop.
True. Yes, we are watching the 1-3 brackets, so I guess it is like on every MTGO tournament ever. Although, Twitch chatters,
I was
remember that we have all came here to have fun and play with the cards that we're not allowed to play with every day.
I was wondering why I couldn't see the deck list. I couldn't find the deck list, but it was because it was on page 2.
Exactly. The MTG Melee is a like very nice website because it does let you do stuff, organize the tournaments, which otherwise could be quite a bit tougher. But there are places where I think the UI leaves to be desired a little bit. At
Yeah,
least
I
I'm
think
getting a little bit
it's
confused.
no, for sure. I've definitely had issues before, but I think part of that is because they need to cater to so many different types of tournament. Because like it's being used for like IRL tournament, but also arena tournament, which I think are probably the priority over MTGO tournaments.
For sure, but I'm not sure if the uh, like platform on which the tournament is held influences it that much. The UI experience from like players' perspective, well, maybe it does in some ways. I guess it's like maybe in some ways it's
I
the
mean,
ability
with
to really.
like the name, like I think I played a event in person like a couple of weeks ago where I think it was using MTG Melee and like I don't know exactly how it works, but the judge like only had my um nickname Lizer again, not my actual name, which was a bit confusing for an IRL event.
Mm.
Uh,
Well, here we have
so
the opposite problem where it like displays the
yeah.
names, not the
Well,
nicknames.
it depends. A few people have like I guess they put like their nickname as their real name or something. I don't know what I did with my account. I barely used it.
Mm-hmm. Will the Ledger Shredders be able to withstand the pressure from the Eldrazi's?
I mean, it's looking like they're holding the board right now. I would expect jovial to be holding a reality smasher.
That seems likely,
That
yeah.
seems pretty. And so that would be uh I guess that wouldn't be lethal by itself, but probably enough to like that would put them down to one, and probably enough to win the game.
Yeah, and also
Since
chamlock with each other.
since like the chalice is probably making it like difficult to like combo off next turn, but okay, that those are good. So we just need to find some way to get rid of the chalice.
How are you to the title? Are you able to stay for the entirety of the top 8?
I should be able to.
Right, then
Maybe
coverage
take
with
a
Lyserg.
maybe take a break to feed my cat at some point, but so there we can see 3 wear and tear, 3 prismatic ending, 2 engineered explosive in the sideboard, as well as 3 Teferi in the main deck. So I
Two of
don't.
which are in the graveyard already. Which is actually kind of convenient if you draw a breach and you want to go breach the ferry, then you can combo.
Uh-huh. That
But
is more mana, so
the fifth mana has been
well,
found and Reality Smasher is welcoming and smashing.
so still surviving, so at 1 life. So bridge plus a basic, like a lens that deals no damage, or bridge plus like a wear tear. There's, but there also, I guess, with the Mux Opals, there's a bubble and like a very full graveyard. So, if the chalice is taken care of, like bridge wins from like pretty much any board state. I'm pretty sure, regardless of how much mana is left. Okay, so even if the last card is not, we can still get a wear tear of that connive trigger.
Prismatic Vista and a
Nope,
funny
that's the end of the game.
Wetchland Suicide. Alright, the Eldrazi deck has won this battle.
That was a close one. Like if I guess with like just one more life, that would have been enough because then you could play the Teferi.
Yeah, and
Or
once you
one
bounce,
more
you're fine.
life, one more land earlier, they could have been tapped. Or among all those cards that were milled, if there was like a wear tear there, that would have been enough as well. So pretty unlucky from the breach player side, I would say.
Assuming the Werther has been sideboarded, we don't have the details on that, unfortunately.
That's fair. Prismatic Ending was another possibility, although that seems probably worse against an Eldrazi deck. Like, it does kill Eldrazi Mimic. It's okay at that.
Alright, we're going to be trying to pair the next round on MTG Melee now. We've got it. So we have Spike at 4-1.
Did you get to feature in me yet? I haven't seen him play, but
Excuse me, what did you say?
were you able to feature the Archaic Phoenix deck from Spike?
Not yet. I have not featured his deck as he's streaming all of his matches, so I found that to be a little bit redundant.
I guess that's fair. I was only watching your stream, but
Obviously, as you would.
it definitely seems like a very interesting deck and maybe a little more different from like the rest. Since yeah, there's
He's
like
a
not that
phenomenal
many like
control
general
player.
archetypes. There's like basically Depths, Oko midrange, and Belcher as like in the top of the standings is what I see. few variation on that, but not too many.
Exactly. I will go through the setting up of the feature match right now so you can entertain the crowd with a nice story or some like cool jokes.
I don't know how many of that I got. Let's see. What are the most exciting decks that you've seen so far?
I really like the blue-green like artifact decks with Ledger Shader as their threat. It's dodging the Force of Vigor. That just seems really, really nice to me.
I think they're 4-1, I believe. That's the one you're talking about. Although they might have, maybe there's two of them. No, that's a different blue-green artifact. That one doesn't have Ledger Shredder in first place at 5-0. Okay. But yeah, like more like Thought Money there. Emery just in general is a very strong card against Force of Vigor. It does make it look pretty silly a lot of the time. But yeah, that one is just like a lot like blue-green artifacts with like a lot of disruption is like the first place in the standing with like 7 main deck counter spells plus 4 Chalice of the Void and multiple like 3 main deck Tormod script, Pithing Needle, you can tutor up. Very, very hateful deck. And just Oko is like you can just have like all the like hate piece you want in the world, and just Oko is just such a game plan just by itself that it's like you don't have nearly as much as a risk of like not doing anything and losing a long game.
Exactly.
From the deck list that I've seen, I don't think I've seen a single player play the card counterspell. Although Yendrek is playing 2 Deprive and 0
Yes.
counterspell.
0 counterspell, 2 worse counterspell are present.
Well,
Arguably
you
worse,
know,
of course. In many
like
ways,
I
they're
mean, the
better.
Mystic Sanctuary is obviously like the reason why it's on Deprive. Um,
Yeah, Hendrik is in the chat to say that Deprive is based, which, frankly, it is.
how many times have you been able to do the Deprive Mystic Sanctuary Euro luck so far, Yendrek? So looking at the standings, so we said no draw. We have 8 people at 4-1 or better. So depending on the pairings, there's definitely a decent amount of X2 that will sneak in since it's gonna be a lot of tiebreaker math, but let's see. There will be like at least 3 4-2s that will be able to make it in to the top 8 with looking at a lot of like the 4-1 right now also do not have super good tiebreakers. So I would say that Yendrek, Raya, Nassif, those 3 definitely have probably a win in it. Like it depends how much a tiebreaker is switching, but even though they are 3-2, they have a very strong chance. Mlex and Dominic Harvey can also make it, but it's going to be a little harder. Definitely not a guarantee, and might need for the tiebreaker to improve. But definitely rooting for Dominic and his amulet list.
How to
Really
call the
unlucky to be paired against Belcher.
how to call Chucky Adams deck? It's like blue green I guess affinity.
Is that the first place or the third place?
I'll call it blue-green artifacts. First, we have to get a response from Brecoroni, who is not responding to my messages in Discord right now, making me unable to perform the full things needed for the coverage.
So I would say that we have probably 4-player locked right now with like obviously the 250 players, but the people in 3 and 4, uh Chucky Adam and Brickeroni at 4 and 1 and have both very good breakers. So their breaker would need to like plummet significantly for them to not make it, in addition to losing. So I think they are probably pretty safe. Um, so we have two variation on blue green artifact. Um, one with Ledger Shredder and the other one with no, they both play 4 Chalice of the Void, so they're both like heavy counterspell with Metallic Rebuke, Force of Negation, and Chalice of the Void Disruption. One of them, like the 5-0 player, is has a lot more disruption with like more Tormod, more counterspell, but less threat with no shredder basically. Is the main difference. And we have Cherixman at 5-0 with looks like a pretty straightforward depth deck. I don't really see anything too fancy in there. Chrome Mox to go faster, Lurus because Lurus. And in 4th place, probably pretty locked, we have Belcher with main deck Blood Moon and main deck Empty the Warrants.
All right, I think we've got it. We can watch the match now between Chucky Adam on blue-green artifacts, if that name is fitting, and Precoroni on Belcher, as we have watched last round.
So Chucky Adam said in the chat that he calls his deck Shredder Prison.
Shredder Prison. All right, let's go with that.
So it seems to me that looking at the breakers, those 2 players will probably make it regardless into the top 8. But I guess Breakeroni might, if the breakers drop a lot, then it's possible.
He's a phenomenal
that
control player.
they do not make it. But Chucky Adams breaker are better than any of the 4-1 or any of the 3-2 right now. So
That is all true. So Adam seems to be on the play with this hand. I have to say it looks like Emery surprised me a little bit at first. Maybe that she was like played again in those decks, but she is pretty good with Seat of the Synod. Like, I guess it does not take a genius to figure that out, but in practice, seeing that like there is lots of turn 1 Emerys. On the other hand, there's better things you can do on turn 1, which Prekeroni is about to present.
well, there is a Belcher, but like, is there any? Yeah, the name of the name of the deck is like hiding the left part of the hand.
It is.
And I guess the
So
floating mana is. So I guess there was the one-off Ironcrag feat that was played to like kill on
clutch.
turn 1. So is Chance of the Void any good against Belcher? I'm guessing not really.
It's kind
It's
of, there is like a few cheap cards, but many of the rituals cost 2. There's a few like 1-drop cards. There's like 2 mana for Moxen, but Chalice is not excellent for sure.
so Chalice on 1 hits Gidexin Probe, Rite of Flame. Chalice on 2 hits Disparate Ritual, Periodic Ritual, Metamorphose. Chalice on 0 hits Chrome Mox. Chalice on 3 hits Blood Moon and Simian Spirit Guide. Overall, pretty bad, I would say. Like, we might see still them in the deck list if there is nothing else. Like, it's you need a critical masses of cards with Belcher, so if you can power out, I would say, a quick Chalice on 2, then that can definitely be crippling and give enough time, even if not game winning, give enough time for the slower deck to find counter spells.
Exactly, you kind of need all the tools you can get.
You were talking about Emery earlier, and I think in addition to being played, being able to like play it easily on turn 1, I think it's also a card that is very helpful against the hate. It like at least for like the Force of Vigor in
Yeah, it's really
particular,
good against Force of Vigor, that's true. Kind of
and
makes it embarrassing, really.
and just drawing more card with Mishra's Bubble, I would say is get stronger if you end up trading a lot of card cheaply with like your Force of Negation and your Moxen to accelerate stuff. So uh, just in general, I think that effect would be stronger than if your hand was glutted with 3 and 4 mana spells like Urza.
Yeah, exactly. Here we see Explosives on 0. So like that's often would be a dead card, but against the Belcher deck, relying on empty the warrants occasionally, it's actually pretty decent by itself.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see in the Belcher hand, that was an empty the Warren hand. Um, it's a pretty. It was relatively resilient, but that yeah. So we have both Pithing Needle on what I assume is Belcher plus Engineered Explosive on empty. That pretty much cover all the bases. Um,
Yeah, I don't think Precoroni has really any shatters in the deck, so like this game might as well be over, to my understanding. Although maybe we'll get surprised. Maybe 2 empties can get there.
well, not with Emery.
True.
I mean, so like I'm looking at the deck list right now, and yeah, I really don't see very much. I could see so like okay, so you have to kill the Emery first, which you can do with Shadow Skill Smashing, and then you have to do 2 empties of warrants to get there.
Or with 2 copies
So
of Spikefield Hazard.
yes, that also does work. There's also 2 Fury on the board, so I guess maybe if that's probably the most realistic path is that if they boarded in Fury, which I would not expect to, then you can ritual out a Fury and just get there. But we can see Oko in Chucky Adams' hand, so um that's it for sure. Like that Oko will definitely close out the game before any weird sequence is able to be put together to get out of here.
That is indeed rather likely.
I mean, cracking the EE would blow up a lot of Chucky Adams' own artifacts, but I think they would probably be okay with that. And it didn't seem like too much. Oko can definitely beat empty. It depends how big of an empty we're talking about. Um, I wonder what the number is. I'm thinking like 10 kind of probably depends. I think 10 seems pretty close. More than 10 probably beats the Oko, and less than Oko probably wins out. Or at this point, you probably need more than that because
You,
at
you
3
mean in
life, you also
this
need blockers.
in this spot, or like from an empty board?
Well, I would say like with an Oko, not specifically this spot because that's like obviously you have the engineer explosive as well, but with like an Oko already on the board and maybe like but otherwise like a small board, maybe like one elk.
Mm. Because like from an
Um,
empty board, if it's just an Oko, let's say, and a food token, then 10 goblins, I think, do win easily.
mhm. Yeah, I mean, just like if there's no other card, usually like you also can like like play a Shredder, play an Emery, something like that, even with just like the random 1/2 bodies, and like potentially using the food to uh,
Then I
give the
think I
time
would I
to.
would classify that as the Shredder and Emery beating the empty on top of Oko. Not just Oko alone. Although that is kind of
Well,
semantics.
yes. There are a few Hogex. I think I haven't seen of any of the matches, but
I think we haven't featured a single Hogak match because they just weren't at the top of the standings. So
so
like
I
I
see
was.
one at 2 and 3.
Uh-huh.
Um, Trying to see if there is any other.
I think it's kind of tricky to assess the power level of the Hogak deck. Like definitely would be easier to do, and you would have a better view of its power level. Like if there was, maybe bigger stakes in the tournament or something. But there is also a chance that it's maybe strong, but like not that absolutely uh, unbeatable. There is also the case of the fact that in this tournament, people build their decks and what they're gonna put in their sideboards, right? When they don't really know what they're gonna play against. Well, most often it's for Leyline of the Void to start, and it does make it harder.
Sure, I see. There was another one that were also at 3 and 3. But you can, yeah, like the sample size is obviously so small. Like you could easily have one of those player win one of their other matches and be like playing for top 8 with good breakers right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
But it is also true that, in a way, like, Hogak is an 8-8, but in this format, it seems like you can also make 20-20s, both of which you can build your deck to be better against, have some hate against them, but it's simpler and more intuitive to have the hate versus Hogak than this against Marid Lage.
sure. Like, what are the good hate cards against Daps?
You
There's
just
not that many.
you can have removal against Marid Lage, right? That goes a long way.
That's probably the best. I like Path and Solitude are like the two obvious ones.
Spell, Solitude, any other like Exiling White removal, Brazen Borrower, or other bounce spells in blue.
Well,
Oko,
Prismatic Ending doesn't really do the trick usually. I guess with
yeah.
Teferi it does.
Teferi removes Marid Lage. You can also use
Rarely.
you can also use Run a Foul, which I think one of the Hogak decks at least had in the sideboard. Yeah,
I
one
actually
mana.
recently played a Renafal in my Amulet sideboard in regular modern, and I don't think I've killed it. I played it to kill Murktide Regent, but I didn't kill any Murktide Regent, but I did kill 2 Emrakul with it in the league I played with it. So
Impressive.
also still lost the game where I killed an Emrakul with it.
Seems like Chucky Adam is, I think, on the route to a victory. The Dumping Sphere is pretty okay at stopping the rituals. And there is not much else in the Belcher deck rather than just the rituals, right? So Adam just comfortably taps down
Yeah,
for Oko and
like because like you could, if there was no, if like just the Damping Sphere does not win, because you can just play your land, play your Belcher on turn 4 and activate it on turn 5. But or like with a Thieving Song, you can also play it on turn 3. Um, but yeah, I mean we can see that there's gonna be Metallic Rebuke up and Oko that would be able to just elk the Belcher. So you don't need very much additional disruption past Damping Sphere to be able to win. It seems like the Belcher deck is very good at fighting um, counterspell based disruption with like also Spect of Negation, or just by being very fast but has very few answer to permanent based disruption.
Also empty the warrants. Pretty good against counter spells.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
I did build a Belcher deck and I posted it. I'm not sure if it's the same list to this exactly, but it seems similar.
Right. So
Seems
congratulations
seems
to
fast and like relatively consistent, but indeed, like Epiphany Needle could be a pretty huge problem.
Shattering Spree is from the chat is seems like a pretty strong suggestion. Like seems if you need to destroy a lot of things. But you still like that's kind of like another plus for Emery is like that would be so good at making sure like you can't lose a longer game against when going on the prison route against a combo deck because they would need
Yeah,
to like Shattering Spree and win in the same turn, which is possible, but it's asking a lot of mana.
definitely. You can watch some of the matches that are still going on.
Right,
What
so
did player
congratulations
put?
to Chucky Adam for the win. Definitely a luck for the top 8. I think we will probably still see Brickeroni in the top 8 as well, but not a guarantee.
So we have taken no look at Spike's deck yet. Where is he? Aspiring Spike. I don't know, but we can take a look at Gab's deck. I have not looked much at
It
it.
looks like from his streams that he's watching. Yeah, he's watching the same match as the Nassif, so it seems like he's done. And it seems like Spike did win his match, and it's 5-1. So we will see him in the top 8 for sure.
Strong showing. It does seem like Dom is gonna get to attack with Primeval Titan with Field of the Dead in play. Attack down possibly Jace, the Mind Sculptor. Get back Tolaria West to hand.
It
Vesuva, the field.
seems like Dom has won game 1, if I read the stream correctly, on Gabriel Nassif. So that would look grim for the yellow hat right now. So I can tell you that if you look at his stream, you can also see his cards in hand. So he has Smatic Ending, Supreme Verdict, Otawara, and Oko.
Supreme
So
Verdict
overall,
gives
pretty expensive cards.
a little bit of a breathing room, but is not really a long-term solution to field.
No, for sure. And with Jace down, now there's not really like it's not like gaining time really gets your head anywhere
Mm-hmm.
either. And I have not so like okay, so we're gonna be able to bounce it on Area West, and there's enough mana that I'm sure Dom can like play another hasty Titan next turn. Which by itself will not be lethal, would probably requires something else from the hand to be able to fetch a Dryad. So like I guess probably either a Dryad, a Titan, or Pact in hand in addition to the T-West should be enough.
Yeah, there's many ways
Win.
that Gab is just in trouble. Let's take a look at Gab's deck. Like, does he have a long-term solution to Field of the Dead? One Boseiju in his deck. Second one Boseiju in his deck. Spreading Seas. Yeah, sort of.
Okay, there is a summon spec to pay and a lot of colorless mana, so there's not really. But yeah, that you can make a hasty construct or a hasty zombie to protect against Days
Days Undoing.
Undoing.
That is pretty nice. There's a construct incoming, and probably map for something. Cavern of Souls was set on Beast, with no Cultivator Colossus played yet. But does Gab's
Yeah,
deck
but
even have counter magic?
with only 2 cards in hand, one of them being the T-West.
No, he doesn't even have any counter magic, so it's like the Cavern of Souls could be set on.
Yeah, there's only like Subtlety and Ethergast.
He had not much help against those.
I'm not sure how much Gabe is favored because it seems like there is not that much interaction. There's like the 2 subtlety, 2 sliders that are obviously very good, but there is not very much else past that for interaction.
Yeah, I found it tricky when I tried to build control decks for this format because like people play creatures, but also like playing creature removal felt kind of bad because in many places it was either just kind of poor, even if your opponent played creatures. Like if it's Hogak, then you don't always, the removal is not always even useful. Or if it's Marit Lage, and then some decks just don't play creatures, and then it's really bad. But seems like
Right.
Dom just dominated with
So that brings
Primal Titan.
Dom at 4-2. Before this match, his breaker were 52%, which is gonna be close. We'll see. Not if I had to bet, probably a little short. But if they improve, if they improve a little bit, there's probably an outside shot, like a 20-30% chance of making it.
Here I open the match of Mr. Fister against Cherry X-Man, where it seems like Cherry will be able to put a Marit Lage into play end of turn.
So those are our 2 5-0 players, correct?
Yes. Okay, so Oko targets X-Mage. X-Mage transforms into Marit Lage.
Does that mean a second uncle in hand, potentially? Or third, since one of them is under the Chrome Mox?
We can assume so. Here it comes.
There we go. What's good with Oko? Another Oko.
How much have you played during the Oko
Oh, I've played a decent
reign?
amount. I've
Yeah,
played a decent amount.
because like watching the Oko and Oko games in this tournament, it did remind me of like all of those games with Oko, and they were not. I don't think they were good games. I don't think Oko makes for like great games for the most part. The way this card stalls the board and makes like
It makes so many
kind
cards just irrelevant that it's
yeah,
not very fun. All the cards are the same.
it makes the board stall so frequently, and like the creatures sometimes attack, they sometimes trade, but it's kind of in a boring way.
Yeah, so many decisions just do not end up mattering. But you like still have to like think about it.
You get a huge rate by Yellow Hats of welcome everyone.
Welcome to all the yellow-eyed pigeons.
What was Gab's score exactly?
3-3 after the last match.
All right. In that case, thank you, Gab, very much for participating in the tournament. It was tons of fun for everyone over here. Very sorry that you were not able to get more wins, but thank you for participating. Very based.
Maybe you'll get the promo T-ball trickery next time.
Maybe. I hope the people who get the Tibas Trickery are going to cherish it and keep it on their account forever, not selling it. Or maybe I can like bundle them with Tibalt's Trickery avatars. I don't know if that exists.
Ooh, you're raising the stakes all every round. Like maybe some other player will feel cheated that if the knowing the stakes were so much higher that maybe they would have tried harder, practiced harder, and
In that case, I
did a better
retrace
score.
what I just said. And also, fortunately, it seems like Tibalt's Trickery does not exist.
There has to be
As
some
an
kind of tip about that avatar, isn't it?
as a note, oh, but not specifically the Trickery one, which is the thing. But yeah, also remember that the first place for this tournament gets the lifetime VIP in my chat, so that is the true price.
Chuck, yeah, I believe so. You are not able to decline that price.
I think it can be both a moderator and a VIP.
I don't think so, but could be wrong. I'm not very confident.
You can't.
Well, maybe
Reflected.
maybe you could have your alt account be a VIP or something like that.
Well, we'll think about it.
You still need to win.
Yeah, let's not
Don't get ahead of yourself.
in Polish there is a saying, don't divide the skin on the bear that's still alive, if you translate it like verbatim.
There is the same one exists in French. Don't sell
Yeah,
the bears. Don't sell the bear skin before you killed it.
or rather hide than skin. Skin is probably the better word. I'm not sure if it exists in English. So Cherry won, just made him Marat Lage and attacked.
Right, so we're gonna see both of those players in the top 8 as well, since there were 5-0. So it looks like Trixman is a 6-0 player, undefeated. Let's
All right,
see
so
what else.
you were saying that Spike has won his match, so
Yes,
if someone would kindly tell him to report his match, it would be very nice. Because it still figures as not reported. in
He's
MTG
watching your
Melee.
stream right now, so
So hopefully he goes and fixes that mistake soon. And we can watch Eric Rose and
hello, John Star.
Charlie.
It is me.
Spicy Lash with Dark Confidant in play. Depths, Stage, Urza's Saga. Seven cards in hand too.
Do you know who's Arzus player high in the standing? Do you know that?
Spicy Lash is 4-1, while Charlie was also 4-1 before the round started. So they're both 4-1 players.
Right. So I have. So it's like basically the four color. The Charlie is playing like a Yorion four color, which is basically the one that's in Modern right now. It has a little bit of like stronger top end with. It also plays Oko, Uro, Primeval Titan, which yes, Field of the Dead. So yeah, still like a four color midrange deck with a Field of the Dead endgame against what looks like a very favored depth deck.
9 cards in hand now.
I mean, yeah, Dark Confident. Pretty strong card. Haven't seen that one in a while, but when you can play turn one with Chromax, that's pretty good.
It's like the classic card in the depth deck too, right? It's like been a staple of the depth deck like ages ago in Extended or whatnot.
I mean, even currently in Legacy, I think. Although maybe I know there's also some green and white version of depths that are being played currently. I'm not sure if the green black one is still popular. Looking at MTG Goldfish, it does seem that the green-white version is the most common one currently.
Some of the Oko decks have Endurance in their main deck, and it is quite a nice pairing, actually. Oko and Endurance, you get to turn everything your opponent plays into an elk, and the 3-4 stats on Endurance really shine there. On top of the effect being sometimes very strong.
So I'm looking at the legacy version of Green Black Depths to see how different it is. I would say that the main difference is that it's playing Elvish Spirit Guide and Lotus Petal instead of Chrome Mox. But that's like a similar acceleration. And I think they play Not of This World, which I don't think I've seen.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Good stream feels okay,
Not
man.
of This World is an obscure card that just basically says you protect Mardlet from removal for 0 mana. But that card is modern legal, so.
Yeah, I could see not wanting to play Not of This World with Dark Confidant in your deck. I think.
I guess that's fair. It can draw spells or abilities, so it would work against Solitude.
Yeah, Twitchers are asking about the top 8, whether it's seeded or not seeded. It is going to be seeded, and MTGO doesn't enforce that, but also we just like pair through freeform tournament practice, so I think it's fine, and you can let your opponent be on the play, right? If you win the roll. So just like need to make an arrangement via text. No, Marit Leitch performed end of turn. Charlie QDS does play 4 copies of Solitude in the Yorion deck, so it probably
Endurance
makes
can also block for now,
yeah.
if needed. I do really like the depth deck looking at it. Since there's also a lot of Oko, like the Hexmage being able to just get rid of Oko is probably pretty good when trying to go with a more the slower mid-range plane. If you're trying to grind out removal.
It's true that Hexmage can serve as removal for Planeswalkers, and I actually haven't even realized that. Which is funny because that is the card's intended purpose, probably.
Yes. Yes, I would guess so. Yeah, I think I've seen someone play Deb splashing for Oko as well, which seemed interesting. Mana is probably a little rough with the colorless land and the Yavimaya and Urberg and as on top of Oko, but maybe it works.
Spicy Lash prepared a blast zone on 3 counters just to kill the Endurance and Oko. Well, mostly the Endurance to attack with Marit Leitch.
So yeah, so like it's like you need Charlie needs the Solitude.
Yes. And even then, there is the Constructs, the Dark Confidant, the 9 cards in hand still.
Yes. Oh, it's not looking good. Let's see. Assuming there is a Solitude, only 4 cards in hand, so that would be down to 2. There is I don't see any dress down in the deck list to be able to, because that would be a pretty strong way to relieve the pressure of all the constructs. Next turn, like you could just basically get rid of all the saga and constructs pressure with 1 dress down, but I don't see any.
Force of Vigor. There's 2 Supreme Verdicts in the sideboard, which is also not ideal against the
yeah,
end of turn construct.
I think it's still possible to stabilize potentially. Like it's like okay, let's see. Fetch land into Primeval Titan for Field of the Dead. That would be pretty strong right now.
True. Are you gonna see that? A Primal Titan has been pitched earlier.
There's 2 in the deck, so I mean it's a Yorion deck, and so it seems.
Given that's a Yorion deck, it's for sure going to find the card.
Well, fetching a
not this
Temple
time.
Garden. Oh no. No. So there was also a one-off Hour of Promise, but it doesn't seem like.
So there's another construct coming. This be gonna be a 7/7, 8/8. So just will need to double block. Unless there is some removal in Charlie's hand for white mana. Or green. Could be an extra Boseiju. Could be Force of Vigor. Could be Path to Exile. There's some options that at least will make Spicy Lash think about it.
John Star, yes. Yendrek is playing a Sultai Mystic Century Euro deck with 0 counter spells and 2 deprive.
2 deprive. How did Yendrek do? How is his score?
It was 3-2. I don't know about the last this round.
Jendrek Schmidt.
3-3. Okay.
3-3.
I guess I don't. Maybe I'm not looking at the right, because I see the standings, but I don't see the ones that have been reported for this round.
Well, I do see them, so it's okay. If you hover over the name of the player, you can, well, at least I can see the each round and their
Yes.
opponent.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Have people been playing Lurus much? Haven't seen it. There's been Lurus in 2 depth decks at least. There has been a Lurus Hammer deck and probably something else. But
Yeah,
most
the depth deck that we see right now is playing Laryssa's Companion.
most decks opt to play Oko or other powerful 3 drops rather than Lurus, so there's indeed not too much of it.
Basically, the two depth decks that are doing really well are on Lurus.
It seems like this game, because I think Cherry is not playing Urza Saga. Let me check again.
I don't see any.
Yeah, Cherry is not playing Urza Saga, so I think in this match, against the Yorion deck, the Urza Sagas were quite powerful, quite useful for Spicy Lash.
Oh, definitely. That Yorion list did not seem prepared for Urza Saga really. Since there was no dress down. I'm taking like, I guess the plan against it would probably be like there's two verdicts. Force of Vigor there, and potentially overpowering it with Uro and Primeval Titan for Field of the Dead. So it's not like
There's also one copy of Magus of the Moon, which also helps.
Yeah, I guess so. Like it definitely would not like just lose to a Saga. Like there's definitely tools, but when already behind and being pressured by Saga, it's those tools are not as effective. They're not like very mana efficient or need some other things to go right to be able to beat Saga.
All right, I'll ask Armik now what to do, as we have all the results from the Swiss, meaning that we should be able to determine the top 8 players, and we should be able to perform the top 8 soon. All the Hogak players got knocked out early because it's very exploitable. Yeah, it also, like, it's exploitable in a predictable manner, like you know to play ley lines in an NPL tournament, right? Kinda. Alright, so our top 8 players are Cherry X-Men on depths, Charlie QDS on Folklore Orion, Aspiring Spike on his Phoenix deck, with many banned cards with Demolish, Spicy Lash with the Depths deck that we just watched, with Dark Depths and, well, Dark Confidant and Saga, Adam GRI or Chochi Adam, however you would want to call him, on Ledger Shredder Prison. I guess that was the way it was called. Ria 2000 with Sultai Depths with Oko. Da Vinci MTG or Mr. Fister with another instance of blue-green artifacts. No Ledger Shader, so it's not Shader Prison, but I guess blue-green artifacts, Emery Prison. Kind of hard to like call this deck, but it's pretty strong. And Breccoroni on Belcher still makes it. So that means that we can pair the players in the top 8. It should be play, draw, dependent, and we're going to cover Cherry X-Man and Charlie QDS.
So that isn't that. Oh, it's not. It's not what we just watched since it's a different depth player, but it's the same matchup.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So as opposed to the one that we watched, Cherry X-Men does not play Dark Confident in the main deck, nor does they play Urza Saga. It's seems like a more combo focused version with Elvish Reclaimer, Arbol Grazer to be able to tutor the combo more efficiently. But this Dark Confident is still there in the sideboard.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes without Urza Saga to grind in this match. Certainly, Arboreal Grazer probably is not gonna shine, although maybe speed is going to matter.
So looking at the Yorion deck lists, I see 4 Solitude and 2 Path to Exile as the main interaction. Potentially like other removal spell like Prismatic Ending and Holy Heat combined with Oko and Teferi can be used to beat Hexmage if it's not too early. You can force the activation with your small removal spell, and then your sorcery removal spell that kills Martlage would work. And in the sideboard there is like 1 Magus of the Moon as pretty much the only slam dunk, and no way to tutor it outside of 4 Once Upon a Time. So let's see. I would, yes, I like it's been said in the chat. I would assume that the Yorion deck is favored with a 6 direct answer to the combo, and I don't see very many ways to beat those. There is from the there is 3 Thoughtseize, so I think the most likely route to victory from the devs player is gonna be Thoughtseizing the one answer followed by a relatively quick Martlage before there is time to set up and find a second one. That's realistic, but probably would still give the Yorion players the upper hand because it seems like the cards are strong enough that game 1, the grind plan of the depth decks is not too difficult to answer. Like Elvish, there is so many cards that killed Elvish Reclaimers that I don't think it's gonna stay on the board for very long, and also makes it with Prismatic Ending and Holy Heat, it's gonna be hard to like keep it up to like use it for Sagiri Step, and I think that's the only card in the deck that allows for instant speed Sagiri Step for the Martlage.
Yeah, I think like out. What's the name of the card? Out of this world? No, not of this world. That would be useful, the matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely. It would not help very much again. Like it's a bit tricky because against this matchup where you would want it, they also have 4 Teferi, which obviously is a very awkward
Yeah,
thing.
the ferry is pretty rough.
It might still work if you're able to like just be fast enough before they have the 3 mana. Because they need to like be able to cast the Teferi and also have, I guess, Solitude is free, so that would work. But it wouldn't work with Path to Exile.
Charlie QDS Folklore Yorion and Cherry X-Man on black green depths, let's say. And
I think the
now
card
what
the
did you
card
want to
that
say?
would probably be so if the Death player wanted to improve this matchup, I think probably more discard spell would be the best way if trying to force the combo through. And the alternative plan would be the midgens that we saw last round, with Urza Saga uh, specifically, but also Dark Confident. Dark Confident still, I'm surprised that the Dark Confident ran away with the game because there is a lot of answer to that on the Jorgen side.
True.
So it's like, I mean, I don't know how they sideboarded. That might have to do with that, but like 4 Unholy, 4 Prismatic Ending, 4 Ren and 6, and like that's not even counting the Solitude, Path to Exile, Oko, and Teferi. There is really like a lot of way to deal with it. It still seems like a card I would want to have in the deck, but
Alright, I have
it's not.
prepared the scene, so now we can watch the game. Let's go. Remember that's by seed, so Cherry has the chance to choose to be on the play, which seems like it came this way, so that's good.
So we see a very slow hand, which I expect to be a mulligan for the Yoyan, from the Yoyan player, with no answer to Marital Age. On the other hand, the black-green depth hand seems very strong. That's a turn 2 Marital Age with turn 1 Deathstrike Shaman and turn 2 Hexmage without using the land drop. It even has resiliency with the Reclaimer being able to like find another depth, and Hexmage being able a second Hexmage for that second depth. So
Yeah, really
yeah, we
strong.
see no answer, multi 6 from the Yoyan player, and no answer to Martlage as of right now. So even despite my initial statement of the Yoyan player being favored, I think for this game, it's gonna be very hard because
Well, Charlie
they need
can
to.
draw a Solitude, I think, and that would alone change it.
I don't think that's enough. That's kind of what my point. Like they need to draw a solid or a pass on this draw step to not be dead.
Yes.
And
Well,
there is
but
a second Martlage coming in a couple turns with, so they would need to like find another way to deal with it at the same time.
I assume Cherry now checking the Charlie's deck list for Bosegus in the main deck, which let me check myself. There is 2 Bosegus in the main deck, but I guess there's also 4 Prismatic Endings, so you choose to play around the card, there's more copies of. And end of turn, create a Marital Age, to which there is no answer, and I guess Cherry just wins. Damn, really powerful.
Yeah, sometimes your opponent just doesn't have it. Like, just that's one of the upside of playing a fast combo deck like this. You just put them on the spot. Like, what do they do? Are they supposed to? They can mulligan harder to make sure they have the answer. But even if the midrange plane of the Ion deck is better, if they have to move to 4 or 5 to find their fast answers, then it's not very difficult for the depth deck to win the midrange game.
True. And there is some more cumbersome cards in the Yorion deck too. Primeval Titan, Hour of Promise, even Omnath, which is, I think, like, despite being free, it's a fairly inefficient card in the format.
Can be useful in this matchup potentially if you're able to, like being able to gain life drastically improves the amount of the amount of answer you have to the Mark Lage if you're able to go over 20 life.
True. Which is both doable with the like amount of Uro, Omnath, even the life gain from the food tokens from Oko, but also not that easy as being a 4-color deck, you might need to shock a few times early in the game, especially if you don't draw Arkham's Astrolabe.
So it seems like in addition to winning game 1, the Death player has more option to in the sideboard with, I would think, for Dark Confident and one tosses, I would assume would bring those in. Whereas the Yoyon player has one Magus of the Moon and not very much else.
And an 80 card deck to begin with.
Yeah, possibly some amount of Supreme Verdict, but it definitely doesn't seem that good against a
Supreme Verdict
Saga version.
unfortunately doesn't even kill Mared Lich as she is
Yes.
undistractable.
So I think that probably wouldn't even bother with it. And Flex of Storm doesn't do anything, neither does Force of Big since there is no Saga,
Mm-hmm.
and Soulgate Lantern. So yeah, I think the one probably would sideboard in one Magus of the Moon and cut one Endurance. It seems like the weakest card.
The Icevan Quatals and the Endurance, they're actually weirdly useful in the sense that having a flying blocker can just change a lot of stuff, as you said.
Oh, that's fair. Since yes, because of Prismatic Ending, Oko, and
Teferi.
Teferi, there's a lot of sorcery speed answers to Mark Lage.
Mm-hmm.
So there was actually a decent amount of answers that Charlie could have drawn to stay in game 1, having, I believe, both Oko and Teferi in hand. So this game seems unlikely to be over very fast. I would
Probably
say
going to
that
take a
with
while.
yes. Ooh, that's an interesting Magus. That seems risky to just slam it. Are we getting to see it? No, it's a Teferi. Yes, because you just basically cut yourself off mana, but
I think it will be way too bad to play it here. You just don't have mana, and Cherry has a 3/4 creature, which is bigger than the 2/2 creature you just played. So also a basic in play, right? So Cherry can just play cards.
mm-hmm.
Chromox in the deck too, so the Magus is not super effective at mana screwing. A triple Dark Depths in hand though. Oh, also there's one more important interaction, right? Because ever since a rule change from like some time ago with Magus or Blood Moon, when Dark Depths enters, it enters with no counters as a mountain. So then later, if the Magus would get killed, which it actually honestly not gonna be killed because what would kill it, right? There is not This one Abrupt Decay.
And two Assassin's Trophy as well. I think that's it.
Yes, there is
In
free
message.
free removal spells, so if it would get killed, it would produce a Maret Lich. Which is maybe
Yeah, I
not the
think
biggest concern, but a concern.
for sure. I don't think we're gonna see the Magus of the Moon before a little bit. Right now, the concern is more the value creature in the Reclaimer and the Dark Confident, because the Merit Age is definitely covered with um the flyers and addition suit. Well,
Here we've
is
seen
it
an
though?
interesting choice where Charlie chose to Prismatic ending a Reclaimer over the Confidant, which is an interesting choice that I think many would have done differently.
Mm-hmm.
The Confidant
And I
could be
think
pretty scary in a longer game.
I think it's also a good argument to going for the Magus. Okay, I think the reason why they went with the Magus is probably because um the Solitude doesn't have a white card, and that was what was scary. That's definitely like the play scared play. I'm not sure if it was correct or not, but like being scared of the combo,
Mm-hmm.
so can't really cast their spells very well. We'll probably be able to find a white card, so I guess it's still decent because if
You can always find a white card by exiling, by grabbing Yorion. So that is always available.
yes, uh-huh. And so now with the Magus, the the um the combo is relatively not threatening. Also now that interesting.
We could try it by
As they're
Spike,
just
which
gonna
I think means that Aspiring Spike is out of the tournament, I assume. Thank you very much for the raid, though. And I'm very glad you participated in my tournament, Spike. It's been very cool. And I think like lots of people enjoyed that. But to go back to the game at hand, Charlie did kind of mana screw himself with the Magus.
and the
Um,
Desperate Chairman allows Cherry to have access to black mana.
yeah,
We also see the Dark Depths with zero counter with the Magus as a moon. So any ways to kill the Magus now just put the Light right into play. So
hmm
we'll see. That's a dicey proposition now. So because Charlie can decide to get rid of the Dark Confident with Solitude, but by doing so, exposed to any of those three removal on the Magus would just probably end the game.
Well, in a way, there is still a Ice on Coatl that can block, and there is still a Teferi that can bounce. So there is there's plays that Charlie can make.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? Do you think you would have killed the Dark Confident?
It is a tricky spot.
The more I think about it, the more I think that was correct because you can just get the Yorion. I think they just forgot about it, or did it get exiled already to something else?
Yorion is
Because
still in the companion zone, so it has not been grabbed.
if
Seems
you
like
can just grab the Yorion, then you have another Solitude. You still need a white card, but since you said you have the Coral to block plus the Teferi potentially, um, yes, now you're
maybe the play is to bounce the Magus. No, but then you make a Maret Lich, so it's kind of medium too. Not the best.
But Magus is really not working out.
Passing a
So
single
now
confidant.
you could solitude the Deathrite Shaman that stops access to black mana, which stops the Dark Confident, except there is a Chrome Mox in the deck list, so that doesn't seem nearly as good.
Mm-hmm.
Even though there is one basic swamp that can be tutored up with Into the North, as well as the other land tutor, so...
Let me
Okay.
take a look at the other decks in the top 8 right now. As we know, Spike lost. And the rest is still playing.
It's looking very
Spike
good for
was
the depth player.
also
Like,
playing against Depths. Was paired against Spicy Lash, the player we have watched play against Charlie QDS last time before the top 8 with Urza Sagas. So now Charlie hasn't progressed, well, much or at all, while Cherry just got the second confidant to play, a Swamp, so 2 basics, Chromox to gain access to any mana available.
what we're seeing is that basically the Dark Confident running away with the game. Like, the Magus is definitely like hampering Charlie being able to cast their spells, but they're just like choosing not to remove the Dark Confident, I think, has not been proven to be successful.
Definitely, it seems like that play potentially spiraled into this situation. Chad is asking if Magus is removing the snow super type for cattle considerations. The answer is no. The snowlands are basic anyway, so they're just not affected by Magus. Not sure if Dark Depths is a snowland under Magus, a snow mountain. I think it is,
Huh.
but I'm not
I feel
100%
like
on that.
I'm the same place as you are. If I had to choose, I would think that it is, but I'm not very confident on it.
Yeah, it does not
Kind of
remove super types because super types are just
in the same way that
in the same way that your legendary lands are still legendary.
yes, as well as Dread Arbor still being a creature.
I have to admit, I looked away for a moment. What happened to the Magus?
I think it just blocked. Like the Dark Amphibian attacked and to make it just block.
All right,
They don't see any removals.
Charlie can beat some Maret Lages with the Solitudes, but there is lots of Maret Lages available for Cherry.
I mean, I don't think Mardage is gonna win the game right now. But it's gonna take so much resources from Charlie to be able to.
Ay ay ay.
So the prismatic ending it was like forcing this activation. It was targeting the reclaimer. So I guess you can just use the solitude now on the Mardlage, exiling I guess the Omnat and
No, it seems like the Prismatic Ending did not remove the
oh
Reclaimer, so I think it ended up targeting.
for some reason I assume it was like targeting the Mardlage, trying to like I didn't realize we were at the end of turn. Okay.
Well, I think it targeted Maret Lage, and then the Prismatic Ending got countered by Elvish Reclaimer, as otherwise targeting the Elvish Reclaimer would not force the Surgery Step to
Oh, I
get
mean, one way
summoned.
or the other. If it was at the beginning of combat, like they might have like done that play to like set Jerry Step to try to attack through the Ice Fangs. But all right,
In Sherry's decklist, there is, I assume, only one Surgery Step. Yeah, there's just one copy.
okay. So
So
Merit
no
Ledge is
more
neutralized for
protections.
now.
You mean the Elk token?
Yes. But there's still a lot of cards in hand for Cherry, as well as a new Merit Ledge that's probably gonna be summoned right now. Which is gonna be putting Charlie on the spot again. It's interesting because without the Segirisep in the deck, it's not easy to get through those Ice Fangs, and Oko will be able to answer every Married Age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually not that. This game is still going on. Like, it's still actually a
Ooh,
game.
did you see what just happened?
Wow. Yeah, that's a great play, actually.
Yeah, it's still
Immediately draws
yeah, we
the
just
seventh
just
land.
drew, just drew it.
Oh, wow. Because you're right, like, it is kind of hard because the, like, Married Lages actually do get, like, if he just keeps pumping Married Lages, he eventually runs out of them. But now that Cherry just copied the Field of the Dead, and now he can even copy it the second time to have two Fields of the Dead. That
With the
could be,
Boseiju in hand, that could be used to make sure that there's still a seventh name.
yes.
Um,
And then there's also Elvish Reclaimer to double up on the triggers every turn of the zombies. So, and here we see the correctly used as intended Vampire Hexmage killing Oko, as you mentioned earlier.
and Lurus recurring that Planeswalker killer seems pretty strong as well.
That's all true.
I
But
can't help but wonder how that game would have gone if that Dark Confident was not would have been killed, because that's definitely what the game was about.
mm, yeah, but on the other hand, I also have to admit that I have not seen the Field of the Dead copy Field of the Dead play. Chooses to spend his Boseiju, which honestly is very reasonable. Field of the Dead is a fairly threatening land, so no wonder that he wants to kill that.
It's very telling that you can see Yorion, Charlie's hand, with 3 copies of Solitude, which seems like the best card in the matchup, but still being very far behind. That really speaks to Cherry's ability to sideboard in a smart way, as well as navigating this game to really pivot to the mid-range plane and not be too vulnerable to the Magus of the Moon.
Mm-hmm. Not even Cyborg, right? The like Field of the Dead was in the main deck. So not Field of the Dead. The Thespian stages are all in the main deck to
Yes,
copy
no,
them.
the Dark Confident are in the sideboard for Cherry, but
Yes, yeah.
so the question is, will Cherry be able to translate all their cards that they have drawn? Like, they're up so many cards, but eventually, if the game keeps on going for too long,
Mm-hmm.
Charlie will be able to play a Yorion with multiple Solitude in play and just take over, even through the Field of the Dead, I would think. So
Yeah, the Field of the
Cherry
Dead
still needs
is
to put pressure on Charlie and force the game to end.
yeah, Field of the Dead is powerful, but also like it's not necessarily that crashing if it's gonna be one zombie per turn, so
Yes, versus Omnat, Uro, Oko. It's not that difficult to temper. It's good. It's more pressure, especially if we're like I guess are they gonna copy it again? Looks like they're activating Reclaimer for now.
to sacrifice Urborg makes sense with the extra copy in hand.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what are they gonna find. Is there a sweet? Do they have Bojika bag? There's no Bojika bag. Because there is one, but it might have been sideboarded out. I'm not sure where it went, because there was an unholy hit cast this turn, which I guess could have been useful. Oh, it was targeting Deathray Gemon, so that would not have made a difference. So maybe just waiting on the Bajika bug.
Maximizing the amount of zombies with Fetchland. How many basics does he play? I wonder if he plays the snow, non-snow split, if he has more than one of each basic. He has one forest. He has one forest, one snow-covered forest, one snow-covered swamp. Very nice.
Oh,
Actually splitting his basics in the depth
yes,
deck.
exactly. Snow covered are make sense because of Into the North, and it is not free because you might want to be able
True.
to Into the North into your second basic forest against the Blood Moon. So it's a pretty narrow play, but yeah, just playing for Field of the Dead, I think is better. Alright, so we can. Charlie finally is really unlocking his mana and all his card. So is that gonna be enough to come back? Like double Solidarity this turn. Next turn can Yorion all of them.
You can just Yorion this turn and just take your Yorion here and like draw your 5 cards, which honestly probably
Also
good
very
enough
good,
too.
yes. I think Cherry might not have been able to close the game fast enough, and that we're seeing Charlie coming back right now. I honestly am thinking Charlie might be doing pretty well, like might be favored now.
Yeah, I think that is the case. Kind of dynamic in this game, but like how are the zombies gonna get through all the life gain? And eventually there's gonna be an Uro.
Yeah. I
This
think,
this
yeah,
this
I was
game,
thinking of,
if this game had
I
an
was,
advantage bar, it would just go like one way and the other, from like max one side to max other side.
so as you can see on the left of the screen, this is game 2. Depth is up a game. So if Charlie is able to come back, then we're gonna see a game 3. So yes, I think at first I wanted to wait on the Yorion to get max value, but with those 3 Astrolabe, you're drawing so many cards and you actually would rather keep the Solitude in hand because you might have the. It seems like Charlie has a mid-range game relatively secure now, and you probably would want just to make sure you don't lose a game to a sneaky Might Age.
Exactly.
But with 2 Solitude in hands, 4 cards being drawn right now, it's probably gonna be of some white card in there, and that has to be wrong. Exiling a zombie over Dark Confident?
Well, wait, what is left in Jerry's deck at this point? The
Well,
removals.
I mean, they're at 15 lives. They have a bunch of blockers. The game is gonna keep going for a while.
Yeah, I would have chosen to excel the Dark Confidant too. But I can see the allure.
I mean,
How many cards are there in Cherry's deck?
I, I can't see from here.
Seems like 30, which is a lot, so I guess decking is a bit hard to happen.
Yeah, and it's like it's not. I think if decking were to happen, it
He's a
would be the kind
phenomenal
of decking
control
where you
player.
just like
No
slowly
Banlist
kill
poggers.
all the cards in a deck. Not it's not about speed. It's about like having traded down everything,
Mm-hmm.
um, and just happening to have a little more than the opponent. But so I think I said that I thought Yorian was Charlie with Yorian was pretty comfortably ahead, but now that we've seen the Yorian trigger that didn't draw a lot of good cards, that and the choice was made to leave the Dark Confidant in play, uh I think Cherry can come back. Charlie is still favored, I would say. But so you see that is that, and there's probably more in the deck, probably all four of them, I would guess, that can be drawn and that can be really useful to make sure to get rid of the solitudes, which I
There are 4
believe.
Fotsies, and I think that was the first one we've seen this
Yeah,
game.
so two solitude have already been used. No path though. Okay, Euro is a big deal.
Urals actually puts a decent clock on Cherry with the Omnav's third trigger, because you're able to play multiple lands per turn, so you can actually
Yeah, I
kill
think with
Cherry with a field deal for damage effects, and the Confidant damage might matter then. Actually, there's
I mean
also
the confident damage, like it might. I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but it seems very clearly less relevant than the extra cards.
well,
I think Charlie will still prevail. Like drawing that Euro is putting them comfortably at 22 lives. So with the Ice Fang and that, it's gonna be very difficult even with the Southeast um to clear potentially that solitude if Jerry wanted to wait, but looks like just going for it right now.
mm,
Charlie could have chosen to solitude to not lose the Yorian, but it seems like they preferred to just let it happen so they would be able to save the solitude and deal with the smart ledge with just the Oko. Oh wait, no. Okay,
another another reason
just
would be to
making a food.
not give your opponent 20 life, but making a food token, this definitely makes me wonder a little bit.
Is that a misclick? I wonder. I mean, it's not dead yet. Like there's a so Ice Fang in hand or the Solitude, but like the Solitude doesn't make sense anymore to cast it. I feel like it had to be a misclick.
Well, you could want to chamblock with Ice Fang, not to give the life, but keep the
No, but
solitude.
you still make it an elk, right?
Well, I would have chosen to make Marid Legend Elk over making a food token, yes, I think.
So you can. We're not there yet, but like because like the zombie can also kill the Oko now, and there's not that many blockers. So even though there is no lethal through going wide, it's still pretty close. It's very interesting that the Lurus has been like it has been grabbed on turn like 3 or something like that. It was grabbed very early, but it has been slow the whole game. So
I think it's turn 12 on the screen. So there's been many cards drawn by the Confidant.
I wonder what can lure us recur in that deck. So there is Hexmage killing Planeswalker, which is good. What else? There are like Death Ray Shaman, Reclaimer.
Yeah, Death Shan, Reclaimer, Hexmage. Let me take an exact look at the deck list.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah,
Dark Confidant.
Confidant, obviously. And that's it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Chrome Mugs and Arbol Grazer are probably not very common recursion target. I think you could make an argument to let Yoyon die to just go, but if that, because you're trying to like end the game by like using your arrow to do like the Omnat trigger. But if you're doing that, then you need to deal with the mandate some way, and the Oko did that. They chose not to, and now they're doing the Solitude anyway, which now the Yorion is dead for no real upside. I don't think.
Yeah, it seems like.
If I
But
had to guess, I would assume it's probably a misclick, like with the Oko, like they probably were going for that line that I described of trying to go for the kill with the Omnas trigger, but
for sure feels like. In the meanwhile, Cherry Bojuka bogged Charlie, which removed Uro from the graveyard, so that's no longer going to be an issue. And Holy Heat kills the Dark
what a
Confidant.
crazy game! Like it when Cherry was so favored, and then I think Charlie was so favored, and now Cherry is back, and I'm not sure who is favored. Both players have a pretty high life total. It's gonna be difficult to like end it quickly.
Yeah.
Lots
Well,
of card in hand for Cherry, but they're all pretty bad. Is that Once Upon a Time can find a combo piece there,
He's
and
a
another
phenomenal
mileage could be
control player.
produced.
Also, in the meantime, Cherry transformed his stage into a Dark Depths, I think, which means that there is no more Field of the Dead on his battlefield.
Yes. So looks like we're in somewhat of a stalemate with a Dark Confident for Cherry X-Men. So I would think Cherry is a favorite player now. Just do the Sylvan's Crying to get the Thespian stage. So that's still gonna be a while before that wins a game because of
At least 4 attacks, yeah.
because of the food token that can go to 21 in addition to
The fetch land.
Fetch land with Omnat, potential attack with Solitude. I don't think Charlie will be able to go to 40, but you're not gonna be able to just beat that by attacking with more zombie, I don't think. And you have the 2 Ice Fang Cuddles as well. So Charlie has a lot of draw to be able to draw even the sorcery speed answer to Martlage.
Mm-hmm. Quite a few of draw steps here.
Like, is that Dark Confidence finally gonna die? Like, does it has like X proofs that we can't see?
I think Charlie
What
just
are we
playing
saving this annual hit for?
Charlie's just playing a very long game, longer
Yeah, I
than
mean, I see that, but
we can realize. You
how
know,
many cards in the deck for Cherry now?
let me enhance. 17. Do I read it correctly?
That's
Also,
that's still a lot.
greatness at any cost. Which I guess I don't know what was the cost here, and who bore the cost Oh, Uro. All right. That's a powerful draw.
I think
Maybe.
I do think that it is possible that Charlie decks Cherry, but if we get to that point, I think that would have happened regardless of whether Dark Confident was allowing that to happen about twice as fast, and it makes it much more likely that Charlie would just draw a couple lands in a row and die to that Marriage attacking 4 times or so.
Yeah, there's also the clock issue. That is true. Chad is pointing that out. That the thing that the Yorion decks in current modern struggle with quite often. The clock is also showing its ugly face here. Charlie QDS with just 6 minutes on the clock. 9 minutes for Cherry. So both players like not super high on time, and if there would be a game free to play, that would be rough. Cherry I think just fetched, but turned out there was no targets for the fetch land. Why did he fetch then? Good question.
So we see this Marriage Age that currently Charlie has no answer to. So gonna block this turn. Still gonna need 2 more attack. But
Yeah,
so far there's
the
no way to draw extra cards. There's just like the other Omnat, but
there is also the Uro in the graveyard, but there is
oh,
currently not enough cards to escape it.
okay. How many cards are in the graveyard, if you're able to tell?
It's a challenge to read that. But I think it should be Uro. Uro, 2 Coatals, I think 3 cards.
I think that's 2 fetch lands as well, so I think we're gonna see Euro this turn.
8 cards right now, okay. There's also the second Omnath that was played, and there could be a third Omnath. So Uro should be escaping.
But
Yeah,
with the
now we
graveyard
see.
not being completely full, that Euro can trade, gonna need to trade with Zombie a few times, so the Zombie might stop Euro from
Oh, that
way.
fetch land is going to deal 4 damage to Cherry with Omnath. So now 11 life, 2 confidence in play.
I mean, the mana curve of Cherry's deck is just so low.
It's pretty low.
Like,
Primeval Titan, let's go.
there is one more Field of the Dead left in the deck.
Yeah,
But yeah,
no
looking,
fetchables.
so the deck list has 27 land, 3 Chromox, which are 3. So half of the deck is 0 mana. And then we have 4, 5, 6, 13 plus 4, 17.
Oh, Uro, Omnath, Primeval Titan. What a deck.
The average mana costs in the main deck, so that's slightly different, probably slightly higher. I would guess probably the average mana cost in Cherry's deck is less than 1.
Yeah, not taking lots of damage.
It's
Yes,
about
yes.
0.8.
He can attack clearly now for 20. Bring Charlie down to 11. Then next turn, what does Charlie draw? A 4th Omnath.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I think Cherry's got this though. Like, they might lose this game, but with Charlie's clock being in the red, like how does Charlie wins a game 3 in time? That seems very difficult.
Even this game, right? Just
Um,
cherry blocks
with
here.
with the Omnat triggers, I think.
Yeah, but the Omnath triggers you
Well,
4 damage, so how many zombies
oh
Cherry
yeah,
has?
because
Like 6 zombies? You can just block stuff. 3 zombies on Omnath.
yeah, no, I thought for some reason I kind of assumed that Charlie would have so much time that they would find an answer to the mileage with the gain life and the cuddles and everything. But
There is
it's not
an
over yet since there's
post-combat
still
Uro escape.
Earl. Yeah,
The
as well as the
Solids
Omnat.
could have attacked in theory, but they also would run into the first strike Hex Mage, at least one of them, and then would be kind of a
And then that
wasteful
would
attack.
not. Well, it would not be with the. Alright, so this. I don't know if that's better than doing Euro. I mean, you can still do Euro after that.
Yes, you
Assuming there
gain.
is enough. There's no more fetchable though. There's only fetch land, I think. So maybe
No, but
not.
it's fine. You can Uro because you gain extra mana from Omnath, and there is
Yes, yes,
also
yeah.
Astral Laves in play, so you can just filter that mana, escape Uro, and go to 22 to survive yet another Mana Lage attack.
Wait, no,
Although
no,
seems
that's
like
it.
Charlie just clicked through that, which I can assume with 2 minutes on the clock that might be also a little bit of a stressful game.
Yeah,
And
no, for
trying to
sure.
fight not only
So
against the opponent,
if there is still
but
something in the
also against the
deck,
clock.
then Charlie would survive. But I'm not sure if there is. No, there isn't. Wow, what a game! What a game!
Oh yeah, Chad also points out that 22 damage would also still get got by the DRS Shaman activating for the last
Mhm.
damages.
Wow.
So, well, Cherry X-Man proceeds onto the semi-final. Congrats to Cherry. Thank you very much, Charlie, for competing in the tournament. And we're going to see if the rest of the matches has already been played.
It
Got two
seems like they
semi-finals.
have.
We've got two semi-finals. Our semi-finals players are Cherry X-Man on depths, who we just watched. Spicy Lesh on depths with Saga. And then we got a second pseudo mirror, Adam GRI against Da Vinci MTG. So this time we're going to watch the
Are the two
artifacts.
semi gonna be happening simultaneously, or are you asking for this other semi to wait?
No, they will happen simultaneously. We are going to cover the match of Adam versus Da Vinci.
Okay.
Oh, there is a guaranteed depths in the finals, and I guess guaranteed artifacts in the finals. So before we start, let me prepare the scene. And again, you can entertain the public while I go through this arduous process.
I'm trying to look at the two artifact deck lists to figure out which one is favored. So we have the Da Vinci MTG one, which is a more prison version of the blue-green artifact deck with main deck 3 Tormod script and more counter spells with 7 of them total, and more thought monitors. Whereas on the other side, on the Choky Adam, we have 4 Ledger Shredders and 2 Dismembers are more of a mid-range plan. Intuitively, I would say that being more mid-range than prison seems better in the mirror, and being able to have a threat that is able to um, fly over the construct, keep potential um, counters, even if turned into a Nelk after by Oko. That's being able to dismember an Emery. That seems like Chucky Adam will have the edge, but it's probably pretty close regardless, and gonna be depending a lot on how good the openers are. I can see that Chucky Adam also has 2 Psy Master Top Terrorist, the best card in Modern, in the sideboard. So it definitely gives them the edge. But I can see Hercule's Recall on the other sideboard, which I'm not sure how good that is. I would lean towards not great, but yes, depth 1. Depth 1.
Had some issues with Da Vinci earlier during the tournament with the streaming, but hopefully it's gonna be resolved by now. Maybe it's gonna work this time.
So we're gonna watch the semifinal, which is Chucky Adam versus Da Vinci MTG. They're both playing a variation of the same
He's a
deck, which is
phenomenal
blue-green
control
artifact.
player.
They both have
Vinci?
4 Emery, 4 Oko, some Metallic Rebukes, and Thought Monitor, as well as a battery of various artifacts to work with the Urza Saga. Some fast mana with Mox Opal and Chrome Mox. Yes, they both play 3 Chrome Mox. Oh, well. At least 7 or 8 Mox, 4 Chalice of the Void, Mishra's Bubble, and yeah, just some artifacts to drop. Another point in favor of Turkey Adam, I think, is the Shadow Spear, which will probably wins
The construct battles.
there's a side, yeah.
On the other
I
hand,
do.
Da Vinci
Oh
has
yeah,
3 Harkis Recalls in the sideboard, which I wonder how good they're gonna be here.
I think I can see board states where they're really good, but on average, I think they're not great, especially against Chucky Adams versions that also has
The Shredders, yeah.
the Shredders, as well as Psy. I mean, it does bounce a token from Psy, but Psy is staying in play while you bounce all the 0 mana artifacts are gonna trigger again. It's overall, I would rather be on the side than the Hercule's Recall. It's very interesting. Those 2 deck lists are both so close to each other, but also different enough that like it's really hard for me to tell if those 2 players worked together or not. My guess would be no. It seems different enough that it, but maybe they started off the same base. Had you built like a blue green artifact like this on stream?
Not really. I'm not sure how those players exactly arrived at their deck lists. Da Vinci mostly just spent like the time bragging about the deck on Discord and not playing games against anybody. So it was just a child of lots of, I guess, lots of well thought choices, I guess, but maybe not tested as much as they were thought about. It seems to bear fruit. Right, they're already playing, which I wanted them not to start playing, but maybe I didn't communicate that clearly enough. So I guess we're gonna jump into a match that is already happening.
Alright, so seems like Chalice on zero is very interesting in this matchup. They both like have so many zero drop. As you can see, Da
Yeah.
Vinci MTG has Chalice on zero, but also has 3 zero drop in their hand. And oh wait, who's? Oh no, that's the other way around, is it? Did you get the? Did you
Let
get
me
the name
think.
correctly?
On top, we've got Chucky Adam.
I can't. I can't really read the name on MTGO
Because
very
that's
well.
because both of their MTGO names are different. It's
Okay,
a bit
okay.
tricky because Chucky Adam on MTGO is Adam_GRI, while Da Vinci MTG's MTGO name is Mr. Fister, whatever that's supposed to mean.
It probably refers to him brandishing his fist in the air every time he wins a game. Um,
But like looking at
so
those hands, like there is two Okos in Da Vinci's hand, but like really,
well, I mean, Chucky Adam just not doesn't really have anything going
yeah,
on.
exactly. 6 cards in hand, like you
You,
have your own chalice in play on zero, and then this is your hand.
yeah,
It's kind of funny.
it's awkward, and you can see also that Chucky Adam playing a single Torment script draws it when having their own chalice on zero on the board in a matchup where it's very
Ooh,
poor. And Da Vinci playing 3 main deck Torment script draws zero in that same situation. So
and then there
okay, the
is
question
also
is Da Vinci gonna play the bubble now and as well as play their own Chalice on zero to make sure that Chucky Adam can't take advantage of that brief window where there is no Chalice on zero in
I
play?
think Da Vinci is just going for Lipa with the constructs. They both can attack, right? So he
Oh
just
yeah, that seems fair. So that's 7 artifacts currently. Um, so that's 14 damage. So even with a rebuke on the Oko,
it's even 8
I think
artifacts
that's
because of 2 Seat of the Synod. Synod, the blue
yes.
artifact lens.
All right. So this game looks like it's over, and we're gonna go. Are you using the Discord for the main window?
I'm not.
You're using MTGO for the main window? Because it seems like the hands are very like it's very blurry on stream. Like you are not blurry at all, but
Yeah,
the
well, it is
also
because the players are streaming to me. Using like not Discord, but I'm using different way for them to
oh yeah, no, I meant
stream the
you
hand for me.
could have potentially. It might be too difficult to set up, but you could if you can watch the match on MTGO. You can have the board like you filming MTGO directly, which would be a better quality.
Well, I can try to assemble that.
Maybe like a slight delay, but I think overall it shouldn't be too bothersome.
We should be able to actually, yeah, that's a good suggestion. We should be able to do that once the players are done with sideboarding. Alright, now I have ruined everything, but that's just for a moment, as now we're going to make it smaller and work.
So the game is starting with Chucky Adam starting with a turn 1 Shadow Spear. Will
Solid.
that be followed by an Emery? That would be yes. Turn 1, 5 cards, only 2 left in hand. Very, very strong. And the bubble already here to make sure the Emery is a threat. Let me look at the deck list to see how they might have sideboarded. So Da Vinci has Subtlety, Hercule's Recall, Welding Jaw, Spell, Pierce, Dismembered, Boseiju, and a 4th Torment Script in the board. I think Dismember is pretty clearly something that they would want. Subtlety doesn't seem very good against only Emery and Ledger Shredder. Hercule's Recall might have its moment, but overall, not ideal. Spell Pierce, not great. It doesn't really do. There's already Metallic Rebuke, which is very similar, and like Oko is the only card that you really want to counter among the non-creatures. There's also Thoughtcast, but that's not necessarily easy to get with a Spell Pierce. So yes, I guess on the Da Vinci MTG, I would really look to have a Dismember for this Emery, ideally. Potentially, it could also be a Needle or one of the Torment script if they left some of them in, since Chucky Adam main phase that bubble, then the Torment script would be able to get rid of it. On the Chucky Adam side, in the sideboard, there are Psi, Force of Negation, Frost of Storm, Damping Sphere, Pithing Needle, Engineered Explosive, and Leyline of the Void. I think Psi seems very good to me. I could see the Pithing Needle as a terror target, since it's occasionally going to be good when you can, if you need to enter an opposing Oko while not having your own. It's not great, but it's probably worth bringing in over the Tormod script. That's mainly it. You could maybe... No, I don't know. I don't think Leyline of the Void makes very much sense. It only stops Emery. So yeah, I would expect relatively light sideboarding from both players. So we have two Emery facing each other, a Chromox exhaling an Oko. On the Da Vinci side, with a Saga threatening to activate as early as turn 2. So there's also two Engineered Explosives in the sideboard for Chucky Adam, which is the only way to efficiently get rid of the Saga tokens. There are also two Ether Spellbomb, which are definitely good with Emery to do that, but are a little slower. So we don't see the hands right now, so but you can see that both players are taking their time. Da Vinci MTG just not choosing not to play anything and just activate the Urza Saga. Both players having Metallic Rebuke in their deck, not wanting to run into that with an early Oko, because that would be really a blowout. And you can, if you have other plays that you can make, you will be eventually able to pay for the mana or be able to rebuke their rebuke. Let's see.
Alright, I think we did the thing where we have the good quality.
We don't see the hands quite yet.
Well, on the stream you do. Or at
Oh,
least you should.
all right. Yes, because those do not look like the same anymore. Okay. Yes, it is a little weird to see the blurry hands, but overall, it's really good. Let's see. So we can see the Hercules Rickles that is like I was talking about, not really doing anything right now.
Yeah.
So we have the saga is really the only thing that Da Vinci has going on currently. But that does threaten the Oko for sure. So we're gonna have 3, 4, 5, up to 6 artifacts with Emery getting back the 7 with the Tree of Tails, up to 7 artifacts. So the Oko will die if so. Chucky Adam can dismember the Constrict right now. If it's not done right now before the trigger resolve, then it will be too late. Okay. It is done, saving the Oko for now. You can see that the Oko didn't bother elking the Emery since there is nothing very strong in the graveyard, although that's probably going to change as we have a Mishra's Bubble drawn by Da Vinci this turn. Oh, a Peeling Needle was very good. So now the Oko is neutralized and we just have dueling Emerys with Mishra's Bubble. Oh, I missed the Chalice of the Void on 0. So those Emery are not really doing anything on either side, and you can see that Hercules Rickles that looked really awkward a second ago looks a lot better right now. I also kind of forget that it like bounced all the artifact lands. Only one right now, but still is relevant.
Yeah. Suddenly big hand, but quite a bit
I
of a
think
smaller board.
I think Chucky Adam right now really wants to draw a Psy. Now that the hand is full of artifacts, that would be very good.
True. Seeing how you're a big fan of Psy, I believe that you would just say this like every time, but seeing how big of a fan of Psy you are, but it is true that in this spot it would be legit good.
And it would also like the Emery would actually be useful, despite well, I guess you can choose whether to put the Chalice on 0 again, but if you do have Psy, you probably would, and you still be able to get token every turn despite your Mishra's Bubble being countered.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Chucky Adam didn't have very much going on, but just got 2 pretty good draw steps with Ledger Shredder and Urza Saga. That should be able to at least eventually beat that construct token, which is the only thing that Da Vinci has really going on at the moment.
Yeah, because the needle is on Oko, right? Thief of
Needle
Crowns.
is on Oko. I would expect Chalice of the Void. That's interesting. You could choose not to play the Chalice on 0 and just dismember the opposing Emery. You don't necessarily want Chalice on 0 if you're the only one who has Emery. But maybe just saving the dismember for something else. It's a risky play because there could definitely be another Emery in Da Vinci's hand it's clear that there are some cards that are not very good, and even though there is no other Emery.
Yeah, so like it's really costly to like kill Emery, then your opponent plays another one. You really don't want that. On the other hand, it's like kind of like the Dark Confidence situation all again, right? Because that's what Emery
I
does.
mean, it's not at the moment, not with Chalice on 0. You just it doesn't really do anything with Chalice on 0.
You're right. I have missed the Charles on 0 as I have spent a good deal of mental energy into restructuring the layout of the stream. So I have not
like the main
understood the board too well.
Like the other thing is that there's no very main target for this member. You have Emery, Thought Managers, Constructs, and Oko Elves. So Construct right now is out of reach for this member.
I think it's going to be likely that the dismember will be used as a combat trick against the construct with Ledger Shredder. You can even make black mana with Mox Opal, although it's probably more important to make a construct yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It's also like if Da Vinci chooses to attack, Chucky Adam could just choose to not just go to 1 life. I guess it would be a lethal after playing the Three of Tails. But the Shadow Spear would be able to gain a lot of the life back. It's a little tricky because now, so that it threatened to be lethal, and there is a rebuke to counter that this member used as a combat trick. So there might need to be a little bit of. There could be a little bit of jumping, but with the Saga going off next turn. Oh wow! I was just about to say that the Saga can get Ether Spellbomb, which would deal with a construct and really allow Chucky Adam to take over the game.
Exactly.
But Da Vinci just top deck their own, which okay, so dismember the Emery.
That
Probably
makes
gonna
sense.
want to rebuke that, and Chucky Adam is gonna want to choose between paying or making the construct.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good use for rebuke at this point. It will be kind of hard to use it otherwise.
One, two,
Adam
three.
gets to connive
Oh,
though.
there's a connive. Flusterstorm also works to counter the rebuke, but it's not very different from just paying.
He's a phenomenal control
so
player.
Da Vinci
Semis
gets
pocket.
to can use the either spellbomb to force a chum block on either of the creatures.
Mm-hmm.
It's very close. They're very close to be able to get there this turn, but it's not quite enough. And I think the Saga being able to fetch a spellbomb and deal with the construct is probably lights out, because then Da Vinci has nothing.
Yeah, and the Saga is both a construct and a spellbomb, which is really strong. In fact, Adam could choose to block with the Ledger Shredder, and that
He's
way
a phenomenal
he would
control
have
player.
Unban Ogo.
Emery spellbomb,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
which is very nice.
Well, so like, Da Vinci could bounce the Shredder and force Emery to jump. But even then, it's not a good situation, and it seems very difficult to come back from.
Yeah. Well, you say really difficult, but like I could imagine a single Hot Monitor top deck to swing this game still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yes, there is no single card that would get out of it, but obviously you can chain Thought Mariners and Thoughtcast, and that's definitely is possible. I think in both decks, a lot of cards just don't do anything right now.
Yes.
Which means that it can be difficult for any player to really pull ahead. So like that spell bomb is gonna be able to deal with a construct. So there is the Emery. That's basically the only thing that's doing something, and it does draw 2 cards a turn thanks to the Ether spell bomb second ability. But yeah, it just there definitely could be like a thought monitor into a dismember or maybe a dormant script, something like that, to like bring back to pretty close to parity.
There is
And
no
if you can
Urza.
chain it into another one with another saga, something like that, then Da Vinci could like be ahead again
Yeah,
despite the
Chad is
couple of
asking if
things.
there is an Urza in Da Vinci's deck, but there is no Urza in Da Vinci's deck.
Neither player plays Yosa.
Yes.
On Da Vinci's side, there is 4 Emery and 3 Zot monitors as creatures, and on the Chucky Adam, there is 4 Ledger Shredder, 4 Emery, and 1 Thought Monitor.
Yeah, but now that Da Vinci drew Emery, Adam is kind of locked into replaying the spellbomb and bouncing the Emery every turn. Kind of like
I
very
think that's fine.
compelled to do so.
That's fine because
Well,
they're
it's fine,
slightly
but
ahead.
sure,
Like
it's fine,
they
but
have the Shredder.
it's fine, but without the Emery top deck, you would just spend the spellbomb on drawing an extra card every turn. So
Yeah.
in that way, it's
Instead, you're spending it on mailing them for 4 every turn. Which, yes, like 7 or 8 turns from now, that's a win.
interesting top deck from Da Vinci.
Not very good.
True. You can bounce. Not much, honestly, yeah. He's pretty bad here, yeah. It's good against the construct boards, but really lacking here against the Shredder.
Uncertain, like, what if Chucky Adam had it? Then you would bounce all the lands as well. Down to a single island on the board.
True. Oh, Vodka's really strong draw. Alright, I think Adam is now pretty firmly ahead in this game. Even if
Interesting to
the
see multiple Fluster Storm.
even if the multiple fluster storms that he's drawing are of dubious quality.
There's not very many targets for them, but the main deck has so many cards that are mediocre, like Torment Script, Chalice of the Void. Force of Negation is also not ideal. Like, I don't know. They're not awful, but Oko is like the only target. So I don't know how
Yeah.
many you want versus Fluster Storms. Like,
The other
the
target would
targets
be Vodkas, but that's a pretty bad one. I guess late in the game when top decking.
Yeah, I mean, Frozen Storm I think is better against Thoughtcast in general.
To an
But
extent,
I
like
guess
in this
not.
situation,
Yeah,
if Da
I
Vinci
guess
top
that's
decks a
fair.
podcast, he gets to freely draw too. Ugh. Da Vinci, on the other hand, has plenty of... Well, I say
Ooh.
plenty of welding jars, but it's just one welding jar.
So the Philosopher Storms are probably gonna come in handy. So first negation, being able to exile the spell bomb is definitely relevant. Chucky Hadam does play 2 Ether Spell Bomb, whereas Da Vinci plays only 1. But I think it's a very important card in the matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just gonna use 2 counter spells to be able to counter that Force of Negation and keep the Ether Spell Bomb in play.
In a way, it is funny that like an Ether Spellbomb is this important in a game of no Banlist modern. That like you know, if you fight over it like, on the stack like this. But it is
Yes.
truly like the most powerful tool that players have access to right now. Oh, Urza Saga. Quite potent too.
We still haven't seen any Psy from Chucky Adam. Do you think they didn't board it in?
Mm, it's a bit awkward against the free Harky's Recall. That, but it's also in
I
a
don't
way
think so.
it's kind of good against Harky's Recall. So it's a
Yes.
bit tricky. But it is pretty funny how the Shredder like matches in this
Are you able
format.
to see the way they sideboarded? Are the Psy in?
Mm, the Psy stays in the Psy board.
I mean that's the name. Side and sideboard. That makes sense.
Yes. Not Brody card for the matchup. I think
Well,
I would lean towards doing
hopefully
so,
they change
but
their mind for game 3. They seem quite good to me. They're like really. Da Vinci also doesn't have Shadow Spear, so it's really effective at beating up Construct, both at having your Construct being better than the one on the other side, but also being able to jump block. The prison element on both sides with Chalice of the Void and Pithing Needle being able to stop cards on both sides also definitely leads to very slow grinding game like we just saw, where having something different that is relatively unaffected by those, I'm pretty confident it would be a strong addition.
I think it could
Especially given,
very easily be better than a Flusterstorm, too.
yes, especially given how many poor cards you're forced to leave in the deck, kind of regardless of what you do.
I also wanted to speak again about the upsides of Ledger Shredder, which is very powerful in this format and in this deck, kind of like in a few subtle ways. It's very easy to play 2 spells. There is cards that are very nice to connive away, extra copies of your legendaries, for example. It gets counters, which makes it match up actually decently against Oko. And it also is not an artifact, which is like the best thing in the artifact deck. So like all of those small things add up to make a card that's really looking very impressive to me. I said to Lizard, and then I read his message on Discord where he said BRB bathroom. So I hope that at least you, chat, feel the same way about Shredder that I do. uh, all right, so now we move into game 3. One. Da Vinci mulligan to 5 cards. Mulligan the triple 3 of tails, something else hand. and kept a fairly non-powerful one. Cycles the bubble immediately. As we see, Psy is not in the the board anymore. It's actually been in the deck, which I applaud. I think it's a good choice, and Chucky Adam can go the powerful move of a turn 1 Emery.
I see that Psy was included after all.
Yes. Stopped by the dismember. Did anyone come up with a passed Punishing Fire deck? I'm pretty sure the amount of Birthing Pots, Punishing Fires, and Glimpse of Natures. What else? Hypergenesis. Those cards did not show up. KCI?
Interesting.
No KCI either. That's
Among
actually
all
sad.
those cards, which one would you say is the one you would have the most potential of doing well in that tournament?
Punishing Fire just seems kinda like a weak thing to be doing. Because Oko just makes things into a free and a shock deals too. Kinda seems like a different scale. Hypergenesis is a worse Tibalt's Trickery. What were the other cards? Glimpse of Nature. Glimpse of Nature. I've tried playing a Glimpse of Nature deck against Andrea Mengucci once when we played like unbound one card. I played Glimpse Elves, he played Splinter Twin. And the Glimpse Elves deck was really not so good, even in the current modern without a ban list. With a ban list.
Oh, interesting. I would have thought that Glimpse had a lot of potential, but maybe not.
It's not that easy to produce mana, and it's like comparatively it's easy to kill creatures. I think it would be better in no banlist modern because just there is gonna be less removal for a deck like elves.
Mm-hmm. I think it's
But
a lot about how Goldfish, because it seems like very few people. Well, I guess there's Chalice of the Void, but that's like the only like hate card against elves that was like really played. There's some Damping Sphere, but I think
He's a
that's not that
phenomenal
good.
control
Even
player.
even Chalice is something you can easily, like, you can have your Crimsons in it with like a Red Sage. You can play Cavern of Souls. There's a lot of ways around it.
true. Right now we have Pithing Needles on Urza's Saga and on Aqua Thief of Crowns, which feels like the Spider-Man meme, pointing at each other, but also seems like a game that is going to be easy for the Ledger Shredder to dominate. It's no
Yeah,
constructs,
we
like
see
nothing. I guess Nether
no.
Spellbomb can bounce it for a turn, but Da Vinci doesn't even have blue mana right now. Well, I guess he has blue
Well,
mana,
yeah,
but no Spellbomb.
yeah, getting the Max Opal to unlock the blue mana, we have 3 artifacts so we can thought cast. And if drawing a blue land, then we'd be able. Oh, yeah.
The other thing is that they're just kind of they both have the same things in their decks, but Adam also has the Shredder on top of that, which
Mm-hmm.
kind of means that in the situation where like everything is needled and just nobody has
Oh
any playable
no.
cards in the deck.
Oh no, countering the sidecast. No. I wanted to see some Psy action, but
That is the best use for Sai, but like I mean, it seems like a great play to do here.
mm, I think it's good either way. Like I can like I think Psy is can easily be. Yeah, I think usually it's not correct. Here it's pretty clear that Da Vinci is mana screwed. So that's definitely helpful. Because like you're drawing extra card with
Mm.
the Emery. So you are really taking advantage of the time. And since you have a spell guaranteed every turn, any spell you draw, even a spell that doesn't do anything, would give you a Ledger Shredder trigger.
Eco knife.
So I think it was relatively close in that spot. I definitely see the appeal of going for it. Also, like forces a bubble sack, which now is making the subcast a little more awkward, but still gets there. Note that Da Vinci is in the red, so even if um, even if able to come back, it might be difficult to win in time.
Our other semifinal is still happening, or at least they haven't reported their result. It seems like they're still fighting in the Mirror of Depths decks. The Mirror
I
of
think we
Depths
can take
decks,
a sneak peek, or
after this match is done, we definitely
okay.
can. But
Alright,
the Mirror
so
of the Depths deck, I thought about it, and I guess with no Oko on either side, it could get pretty awkward when both players have marital age. Then just like no one can attack with it, right? So what happens then?
so there is Sajiri step.
It is Sajiri step, but let's assume the Sajiri steps are used up for some reason, and there is just two marital ages standing at each other, and just how does this game
Yeah, there is
conclude?
there is no Caracas. I would assume that the Urza Saga's version. Oh, no, I know how it's the. So the Urza Saga's version plays one Shadow Spear. So you equip your Metal with Shadow Spear, and you deal 1 damage every turn and gaining 21 every turn.
Sure. Shadow Spear can also remove hexproof and indestructible from permanent opponent's control, so you can actually trample over there. I think it's hexproof and
I
indestructible. At least
think yes, I think you're correct. Let me check. Yes, X-proof and indestructible.
so the hidden mode of
Um,
Shadow Spear can definitely come in handy.
I mean, I would assume that the Saga player, Eric Rose, has to be quite favored in the mirror, having access to both Saga to potentially go wide and Shadow Spear. That version would probably win the long game and also plays a confident main deck. But it's possible that Cherixman is able to prevail by just being faster with the Arbol Grazers and the more combo focused approach. Yeah, I would think so. Cherixman is definitely able to be a little faster, but if not able to do that fast enough, then I think the Saga player would probably be able to pull ahead
On the other
pretty
hand, the
consistently.
Spicy Lash, the Saga player, has no Steppe, Tajiri Steppe in the deck, which could also
Oh,
like
no,
serve some. Could
I
also
suppose.
be a little bit of an issue.
Hmm.
So looking at this game, like both players, 3 cards, 4 cards in hand. The amount of useful cards, one Emery in Da Vinci's hand. Any podcast. I guess the Da Vinci's hand is not too bad.
I mean, I
But
think by far this game is about that Ledger Shredder. Like, this is
yes,
the most important card, with it being lethal next turn and the spell bomb. I guess the spell bomb cannot be recast, so if Da Vinci need to find another blocker.
he finds a Harky's Recall.
So there's still the Thoughtcast, but
What if you hack his recall?
there is no. Okay, so there is no two Lumina, and there's a Chalice on the Void on 0. So I think he has to start with Thoughtcast, which is gonna get Force of Negation,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's it. Well, yes, and yeah, that should be the end of the game, I think.
No. Then Chrome Mox, and it's missing an extra blue source, I guess.
There is a Chalice on 0.
Oh yeah, of course there is. True. Yeah, so that seems like the Ledger Shredder is gonna get there.
And being at 3 lives, there is no. I don't think there is any card in Da Vinci's deck that it could represent that they would not want to use.
Alright,
Yes,
congrats
it's
to our
our.
first finalist. Clap in the chat. Adam GRI or Chochi Adam rather gets there to the finals. Congrats to Da Vinci for fighting valiantly. And let's see if Cherry is already finished. Yes, they're already finished. Although they have not reported their match, so if I could kindly ask the players to report. They already reported. Alright, so Cherry XD has been defeated by Spicy Lash. Therefore, our finals is going to be Spicy Lash and Chucky Adam.
How many, if any of those two players are in the chat, how many Middle Age facing each other happened during the match?
It's a question that only the players know the answer to, and I've got no idea.
All right, so we're having blue-green artifacts with versus green-black depth in the finals. Who is favored? Unsure. It seems like the Chucky Adams, the blue-green artifact player, has to play. If I'm not mistaken. So let's look at the interaction against Dark Depths. So the main one is going to be those two Ether Spellbomb with Emery, which seems like a pretty solid lock. If for some reason like it cannot get through, then Oko can also turn it into an arc. There is not very many ways. It can be blocked by a Ledger Shredder or Thought Monitor. In theory, it could be reduced to a 15-15 by Dismember to be able to survive. Or gain a little bit of life with Shadow Spear. So there are some ways to be able to survive one attack and then finish it up with Oko. The two Ether Spellbomb being tutorable by Urza Saga are very strong. Looking at Eric Rose's deck list, there are two Dismember and was Assassin's Trophy to be able to get rid of the of Emery and the Ether Spellbomb lock, so as well as Dark Confident to be able to draw those pretty consistently. So both have Shadow Spear with Saga. There is Blast Zone. Seems to me like it's a pretty close matchup. Oh, there is for Saga and the Pithing Needle for on the depth side to be able to name Ether Spellbomb. And on the Chucky Adam side, there are not very many ways to get rid of that Pithing Needle. There is Oko and one Boseiju. in the main deck at least. So it would seem, if I had to make a guess, I think the depth player is pretty favored game one, since it seems like the prison element of Chalice of the Void as well as the counter spells are not too effective against a mostly land-based deck.
Right, we have to figure out who was the top seed. Was it Adam or was it Spicy Lesh?
I think it was Turkey Adam. If I look at the
Yes.
Swiss, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see. I think against Eric Rowe's specific version of that, having access to Saga and Pithing Needle, to name the Ether Spellbomb, I think is a really big deal. And I would assume that favor game one. Not too many sideboard cards that are useful for both players. Again, we can see there is Sai in the Chucky Adam decklist, which I think can actually be quite relevant, making colorless top tiers can. There's not very many ways for Middle to get through that. There is Shadow Spear, I guess. That would be the main answer.
Yeah, the Scythopters look okay at stopping Middle Age.
Not too many answers to Shadow Spear on the other side, though, so it might be a bit unreliable. It's probably worth having in the deck. Like, I'd be pretty happy. It's also like, I think the blue-green artifact decks might have some issue closing the game a decent amount of the time. So having Sai would probably help with that if able to like have the game on lockdown early. Alright, we see a really fast start. Is that gonna be an Emery as well on turn 1 for Chucky Adam, or it's just a bunch of artifacts that do nothing? Could also be a Thoughtcast, but no. It just some artifacts that replaces themselves.
Well, you can see the hand, right? So you see that's not a podcast.
My bad. I can't on the Discord call, and I had. Okay, I have the stream as well now, so yeah, there is force of negation. Not very good in this matchup, and you can see the turn one Dark Confident. I think that was a very common play in back in Extended, like Chrome Mox Dark, when it was basically when Dark Confident came out. Interesting. So
This time,
basically,
the Dark Confidant gets killed.
yeah. And that Chalice on one, just pretty good right now. Just blanking both of the spell in the Spicy Lychee hand. Although there is a Saga to activate and a Bossage Juice that can be used later
I think it's
to get rid of it if needed.
Spicy Lesh.
Lash? Okay. Spicy Lash.
I'm not sure why I think that, but I thought that Lesh is milk. In maybe
Leche.
Spanish? Is it leche?
That would be said Leche.
Leche?
Ah,
What language though?
Spanish.
Spanish. Spicy leche. Okay, well,
But we
thank you
can
for.
call it spicy Leche if you want, that's fine.
I like. I assume it's lesh, but maybe that's a weird pronunciation. It must make sense. Podcast, pretty solid. In the battle of constructs, Chochi Adams constructs are going to be the larger ones.
Oh yeah, pretty clearly in the artifact deck with
Yes.
all the artifact lands.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty rough right now for the Debs player. Probably gonna need to find a way to assemble the combo. I would assume the Saga would get Pithing Needle on the Ether Spellbomb, otherwise you don't really have any shot of doing a Might Lage. And from there you have the map.
Alternatively, you
But
can
you still
use Boseiju to try to deal with the
He's a
spell
phenomenal
bomb.
control player.
that's an option. I was thinking that the Boseiju would be more for the Chalice to be able to resolve the map and fetch the combo.
Sure. Well, if you use Boseiju to deal with the spell bomb, then you can use Saga to grab the map to fetch the combo. So
It
kinda
works either way, I guess.
works the same, but the Chalice is kind of overall problematic too because there is more 1-drops in your deck to draw. So you might want to do it this way.
But you're also stopping the 1-drop in the other deck, and with your line, you're also not casting any spells, which makes Force of Negation a blank.
True.
Whereas if you're trying to cast a map, you can run into that.
All around it's a bit rough out there. Like in general, the artifact deck having pretty consistent access to Ether Spellbomb seems 2 copies even, yeah, of that. Seems like a pretty cool thing. In the
Definitely a
matchup.
very important tool.
So I guess the fact that there were 2 copies of the Ether Spellbomb probably could make you turn to the direction of trying to needle them. As you know, the second might be coming off of Urza Saga soon.
But maybe Space Elytra is going to map for another Saga and get a needle with the other one.
Seems like the play leaves a Spellbomb in play. No second construct. Adam just follows up with another Saga.
Both Emery and Saga have really shined when both players are just running each other out of resources, are playing cards like Chalice of the Void and Needles that just make so many cards.
Yeah, in general, Saga kind of scales well into like more powerful formats with Moxen, and there's been a lot of Chrome Mox across the well-performing decks.
Yeah, the Chrome Mox also like both faster mana as well as putting yourself lower on. Both players go like lower on cards.
Yes.
Which makes the construct more efficient. Whereas sometimes in Modern right now, you're playing against like a 4-color deck and you make a lot of construct, and even if they don't have the dress downs, they can sometimes just overpower it by just doing something really powerful, drawing a lot of cards, getting a lot of lives. Whereas
Blinking a Solitude with Yorion.
Whereas here we have a lot of like small games where both players are low on resources and or cards that do actually impact the board state.
It's a kind of typical thing in formats like where there are those broken combo decks that you have to be worried about for the fair decks to then, well, I'm not sure if we can if we call the like Adams deck a fair deck or not, but Like it's certainly on the more
Yeah,
interactive end of the spectrum, like not really like full on. It
right.
is an
So we already
interactive.
so
So like what happens with those fair decks and those wider formats is that well, combo formats is that they kind of have to play like much more scrappy games because there is the when they
mhm.
play against each other,
At
because
some point,
there's like the combo deck limiting how greedy you can go when building for value.
for sure. I mean, you can see that Chucky Adam went slightly less far than the Da Vinci MTG in the semifinals, who had even more card draw and more interaction
Mm-hmm.
at the expense of having the more threat like the Ledger Shredder, and those proved to be very important in the semifinals. So at some point, you do benefit from not going as hard against those combo deck and having some alternative options. And
True.
I'm not sure what would have been the best choice for that, but I think having some other options for that kind of game in this, at least in the sideboard for both of those players, would probably have been pretty strong. Because if you're playing against a similar deck who doesn't have that kind of options, you have a very important, uh, very big edge, I think.
Here you have Spicy Leche going through his sideboarding, adding Force of Vigor, removing discard spells, also adding Dark Confidant, although still seemingly thinking about the extra
I
moves. On
see
the other hand, we have
removing the green cards to bring in Force of Vigor, like the usual.
yeah, the usual move. On the other hand, we see Chucky Adams deck, which is frankly very small,
Come on,
so
Sai.
it's a bit small. It's a
Oh
bit
no,
hard to see.
I think he's trying to bring in Sai, like he's trying to do like those five cards. So like the is that the two Flusterstorm and two Sai and a Pitting Needle for
Seems like
Force of Negation and some Chalice of the Void. I wonder what the
it's
Fluster Storms are for. They don't seem that good to me.
well. He probably anticipates the Force of Negation coming, not the negation, Force of
Force
Vigor
of
coming,
Vigor. That's a good point.
and Flusterstorm
Just
is pretty good
because
at protecting against
ma-
that.
it's it can be hit or miss, I think, but maybe because you can you can have the mana and tap. But I guess if
Yeah, I
it's on
agree.
your turn,
I agree. It's
then
it's
they
a hit
probably
or
need to like
miss.
not net. Yeah, I see the appeal though.
It's hit or miss, but also it's also a bit okay to have hit or miss cards in your Ledger
Hmm.
Shader deck, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because
Because
we
like
have seen Chochi Adam just connive left and right all the tournament.
if we to be able to play around Flusterstorm, they would also need to like not play very many cards on their turn, and also cards like Urza's Saga. You don't have a very large window to be able to force a vigor it. So you could you can just like keep your Flusterstorm up for a couple of turns, and after that, if even if they can pay, then or you need to tap out, like you've already gotten your value from your Urza Saga.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Good point that like playing the blast zone stop from going turn 3 depth thanks to the Yavi Maya. Um,
Yeah, that would actually work
but
out in this spot.
well, not quite.
Not quite.
Even
That
though there's no blue mana,
the dismember would make it so that
well, there's also the Boseiju. But
no.
so I guess
Well, assuming
could have
that
played around.
Spicy Ledge would make Marit Lage immediately to play around Boseju because
Yeah.
Chochi Adam was tapped out of Boseju,
Okay, but
then
like your opponent has Ether Spellbomb in play. Like, unless you're seeing the hand, like, you can't really make that. But, like, having the
Of
mana
course, of
up
course.
to be able to punish if they don't have the blue mana, or if they choose to tap out for Oko, it's definitely useful, because you're, like, stopping some plays, etc. But you're not making that kind of bet.
Yes, your play is definitely the more reasonable one. I'm just like wondering about what ifs that have little connection to the actual world. Here, Force of Negation, I'm confusing the names all the time. Force of Vigor, trading nicely for both Ether
But now,
Spellbomb.
Chogyadam is somewhat forced to do a non-optimal Boseiju, because if they don't, then like they just got rid of their answer, so they would need to. I guess they can always dismember to go to one, and then with an island or Moxopol, just turn it into a 3/3. But then you still need to survive the 3/3. So kinda, it's interesting. Like, kinda want to like give up on the conflict and just preemptively Boseiju, choosing the dark depths over the Thespian stage, which is both the intuitive choice and also happens to be the right one given Spicy Lich's hand.
Yeah, very, very nicely draws blue mana to develop Oko, which is just much easier to play with Oko. Into the north, another Dark Depths though.
Okay. So that returns another Merit Lage, but there is both there is a food token or Dismember or the Shredder to stay alive. And
There's
then Oko can
many ways, many ways.
I do think that the food token is probably the one that Turkey Adam would prefer, being able to keep the ledger shredder around, because that can beat the those 3/3s that you're gonna have to deal with in some way.
Twitch had also mentioned an interesting play. Which doesn't have much relevance to the current board state, but you can Thespian stage Blast Zone, and then you have a Blast Zone with 0 counters, which is generally kind of cool against the deck with so many 0 drops. You could just sweep them all this way.
Well, yes, but your Merit Lage also costs 0.
But it's also indestructible, so.
That is correct.
But we're actually going the extra other way around, pumping the Blast Zone, possibly to try to deal with Oko, or to try to kill the Shredder and then make a 20/20 and attack with it in one turn, as that can happen on the next turn, right? Kill the Shredder, make 20/20,
Well,
of course, end of
we have the
turn.
5 push now, so probably not gonna use the Blazon for that. I think we'll see.
Instead,
It's
Spicy.
not gonna.
Spicy grabbed a Lurus instead.
Interesting. I didn't think they would bring lures, because if you don't, so if you do not use the mana on lures, then you can pump the blast zone and make the 20/20, so that on your next turn you are able to start attacking with Merit Lage and kills the Oko with the blast zone. So you're not really punished for leaving a Merit Lage in play without killing your opponent. And now they have to choose between one or the other. And they know pretty much on board that it's not going to be lethal because of at least the food tokens.
Yeah, if you attack Oko with Maned Lage, then Adam can go to 23. That's kind of like.
I guess that's fair. Like attacking the, you probably would just attack the Oko.
But
But then,
now there is an Emery with other spell bombs, so now you want to pump the blast zone to 3 probably and kill both 3 drops instead.
mhm. Um, yeah, it's
Not
gonna be
even
interesting because now Spicy Leche is incentivized to pump the blast, crack the blast zone now before the spell bomb can be played.
I also have to say
But
that I'm a bit surprised by the fact that Adam did not elk one of the food tokens. So you really need the third one. Like seems like having even a little bit of pressure here would go a long way. And I'm not sure if like the 10 versus 9 loyalty counter on Oko has much meaning.
I mean, going to I'm not sure. Maybe I don't think going with more loyalty counters on Oko makes it closer to getting to 21 loyalty to be able to survive a melee age attack. So there is that.
Mm. Oh wow. Spicy just playing a really long game here. Like very conservatively, just like not going for it when things doesn't need to. That makes sense. Like still there is you get to play a Lurus and that's like a very powerful
Yeah, map is a good one.
thing. Chalice of the
I
Void is
think
gonna make Lurus much weaker though.
that Emery is going to survive because the Federal push is countered. Um, there is a map in play though, and map can get um beside you. So unless it's already been played, but I don't think so. So you should be able to map for beside you, kill the Emery, play a side guy, replay the map, and just pull pretty far ahead.
Push Emery. And then like finally, let's say on the next turn you get to make your Maret Lich. No, you get to make it on this turn. It's
It's a
fine.
very sweet game. I think there's some very different lines that could have been taken by Spicy Leches that knowing all we know probably would have won as well, but this one seems to be working just fine.
Mm.
Like now you have Alaris in play, a Saiga that's taking up, starting to recur expedition map, while at the same time threatening a marital age. So like even if that third food token will allow Chucky Adam to survive an extra turn, they are also completely out of resources.
Yeah. And there's the Lurus, which grinds. And Spicy Leche wins. Alright, so we go to game 3. This was interesting. Watching this blue-green deck, I feel like you could afford to play at least a few Delve spells or Uro. Like, not too many, but 1, 2
Mm-hmm.
copies. The graveyard seems to be like very often full and um
Milling yourself when you instantly mill yourself like this with Emery, if you have, let's say, €1 in your main deck, for example,
mhm.
you're just gonna hit it a lot of the time in long games in like mid-range mirrors, so it's a high upside. Whereas you only have one of it to draw in the combo matchup where it's poor, so it's not gonna hurt you very much.
Yeah, that's my thinking. Well, and here goes game 3 with Adam now on the play. The deciding one. The game for everything. The winner receives an endurance and a VIP in my channel.
Alright, so that's a strong spell on both sides, but Chucky Adam, no blue mana. So that's gonna be a mulligan. And we can see still some powerful spells, including the most powerful one in Modern, but No way to deal with a quick Martial Age. Alright, mulligan as well on the other side. So we're with the map. There is okay. So potential for a turn 3 Marital Age to attacking on turn 4 from the Spicy Ledge by going map on turn 1, depth on turn 2, cracking the
Crack
map
map
and
or
getting Thespian
stage.
stage. But currently that's not gonna be enough to beat Oko plus Sai.
Well, that depends. Adam has only 2 lands in hand so far, so
Yes, if Chucky Adam does not draw any other card for the rest of the game, yes, that is indeed correct.
he saves the bubble, not knowing if he wants to find the third land or not. Being a wise decision, right? You might like just make a decision on the next turn.
Being able to, I think more so than that,
Just
being
save it
able
for
to,
Sai, yeah.
yeah, save it for side. Honestly, I'm not sure. I was thinking about the Shadow Spear. Do you want to save the Shadow Spear for the side? Probably not, because playing it like opens up Emery and Metallic Rebuke. Bubble could always do that, but Bubble is better if you are keeping one of the two for the side. Bubble is the better one.
I would probably play it out. There's like also Podcasts in the deck, right? Affinity cards, and the Shadow Spear just costs mana later on, so.
Yeah. Oh, tapping the Misty Rainforest to save it for the bubble. Very nice.
Very nice.
So now, if Adam draws 0 artifacts in the next turn, might be in trouble, because Basileche can make the 2020 and Assassin's Trophy or Boseiju the top tier token. But
So
if
can even remove 2 tokens, right?
no, because they're gonna be, that's too much mana.
You're right, because Thespian Stage plus Dark Depth sacrifices 2 lands. So you'll get
Unless
down 2 lands.
actually, is it?
No, it's
Because
fine. Yes, because you then you
there is a
Boseiju for 1 mana.
Chromox,
Any
Boseiju for 1
Chromox.
mana and the Chromox. Okay.
Yes.
Well, you still. No, that's fine. Yeah, that does work.
It does
So
work.
okay, let's see. But they're like Chucky Adam can definitely draw multiple things. Oh, there no, even more so, because you can Chromox now, so you can Merit Village and Boseiju
Then Boseiju again,
this turn
damn.
and Boseiju again. And you can also potentially Boseiju the Shadow Spear if there is like a gain life line that's going on, and the Shredder dies to the Assassin's Trophy.
Yeah, so many
Is
removals.
that it? Is the game over?
Well, I think Adam has no instant speed tricks that would deal with Marit Lage, so I think Spicy Leche will probably go for it.
What if Adam, right, will probably be wondering if maybe they should have gone for, if they had fetched a forest or an island on turn 1, then they would be at 19 and be able to Shadow Spear to gain 2 life. I guess this would well, they would sacrifice the side, running it into the Middle Age, and the Boss Age would be able to kill the Shadow Spear regardless.
Twitch chat says that Depths players haven't figured out to play 1 Brawn. But to my knowledge, Brawn is not modern legal, so maybe that's why they haven't figured it out. It seems like we're casting Assassin's Trophy and attacking with the Marit Lage. flying indestructible. 2020 token, putting Adam at -3 life. Everyone in the chat, a standing ovation for Spicy Lechi. Lechi, who knows? But congrats to the champion.
Right, congrats to the spicy milk.
The champion of the first canister, no Banlist modern, I don't know, open? It's not quite open when you have to subscribe, but
I think Yellow Hat called it the No Banlist World Championship.
yes, the no Banlist modern world championships. Spicy Leche, you are the world champion of no Banlist modern right now. Thank you for participating. Thank you, Lizard, for commentating with me. And let's crown our champions. Spicy Leche is going to receive the VIP status right now. And then we're going to hand out the card prices. Heroes numbers, yes. You can find all the decklists on MTG Melee, and now let's add body Spicy Leche. Trade. NBL Carnegie Open prizes. Congrats. Now, Adam GRI, are you still on Magic Online? Yes. Trade. NBL Carnegie Open prizes. You're going to be crowned with your... Well, I'll take my Ledger Shader, which I have lent out to Adam, and we're going to crown Adam GRI with the red and 6. After which, add bodies, Mr. Fister. Oops, not challenge. We're going to trade away. The red and 6. Not red and 6. Force of negotiation. What a trade. Yes. All right, Chad.
You should take a base camp for it.
No, I'm not taking a base camp. Who owns Spicy Leche on Lurus Saga Depths? Won the tournament. And the last member of the top 4 was Cherry X-Man. Is Cherry still here? Is his model named Cherry X-Man? Cherry man. Alright, if he's not here, then maybe some other day. So he's not on Magic Online. Well, Cherry X-Man _ Cherry X-Man _ not found. How many more rounds are left? Finals was the last round.
You should be able to see what you missed on the Canister VOD YouTube channel.
You're talking to me or to the
someone
chat?
in the chat said how many rounds are left.
I was thinking of like converting this tournament somehow into a YouTube video too, which I think could be cool. But I'll also like I'll think about it maybe tomorrow. But I see that you Twitch chatters enjoyed the tournament a lot. It was very enjoyable too. It was pretty cool to commentate together with Lizark. Well, from like technical standpoint, definitely the coverage I could have performed it better, but the system that we have arrived towards the end with like only the hands being shown by the streaming was much better because that got around the issue of shitty quality of the game, which was good. So once again,
is $300.
Thanks for organizing this.
thank you very much, Stormbringer, for the $5 donation. Very, very based. So once again, congrats to Spicy Ledge for becoming the No Banlist Modern World Champion. Up until there is going to be next No Banlist Modern World Championship held by anyone else.
Maybe it can be the September 2022 World Champion.
Yes, September 22. Rather like September 5th of 2022. World Champion of No Banlist Modern.
I do think that I don't know if you plan on doing that, do more of them, but if you do, I think that would be very interesting to actually see the metagame evolved for across a few tournaments.
It's definitely,
it might get boring after a few of them, but
it's definitely way possible. Although like not saying, not committing fully to anything yet, but definitely within the reach. Alright, chatters, if you're looking for any information about the tournament, you can go to the link on MTG Melee, which is going to have full standings, the top 8 deck lists, the winner deck list. I assume that the winners have finished the inputted the match into the MTG Melee. If not, then I guess I'll have to do it manually. No? Okay. They have inputted it. Awesome. I will tweet about the winner after I'm finished with the stream. That's going to be all for today. Can Lizark do a shout out? What is he up to lately and does he make content? Well, that's a question for you, Lizark.
no, I don't make any content. I'm up to growing tomatoes in my garden, so shout out to my tomato plants for giving me a lot of very, very tasty tomatoes.
Very nice. Very good shout out. Enjoy the rest of the night, Twitch chatters. I will be streaming tomorrow, at least for a little bit. And thank you for the very based No Banlist tournament once again that we conducted with everybody else. Let's raid Misplaced Ginger and Stay based, bros.